Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐶 on AO3. Now, let's start. Tony Stark dies. He dies alone, on some godforsaken planet, at least half a solar system away. He dies after slowly starving to death, a few feet from where the kid had turned to dust. After thinking way too much, and spending who knows how long trying to repair a ship that has soft and hardware he has never seen before, together with an honest-to-God cyborg. How is this his life? How is this his death? No one is more surprised than him when he wakes up again. It isn't supposed to be like this. Why can't he just die already? He screams, loudly, only to shut up in shock immediately. Because what the hell? That's not this voice. This loud shriek belongs to a toddler or any sort of small human. He has no idea how they age, so he can't say with certitude. A loud bang and a lean woman with dark green hair appears next to him and immediately scoops him up in a hug. Tony freezes. It takes a minute for his brain to come back online. Izuku, baby, are you alright? Izuku, baby, talk to me. The woman whispers urgently into his hair as she swallows him in a hug. A hand gently inspects his limbs, checking for wounds. He blinks. He easily fits in her arms. This is his mother. He knows that, but she is not Maria Stark. She is not the mother he saw not even a year ago strangled on tape, but she is his mother nonetheless. Tears gather in his eyes. Baby, did you have a nightmare? She asks soothingly now that she is done with her inspection and has found nothing to worry about. All he can do is nod, because how could he ever start explaining this to her? Everything will be alright, baby. Dreams go away. She tries to soothe him. He wants to scream because this isn't alright. He won't let himself though, so all he can do is bury his face in his mother's shoulder and cry. He's kept himself strong for so long. So many years without letting even the people closest to him see him vulnerable, and finally it becomes too much. In the end, it is not death, not Afghanistan, not Siberia, not even the kid turning to dust, but a simple hug that causes him to break. Just a warm hug and the thought that even dying is something Tony Stark manages to screw up. His mom picks him up and she makes it look so easy, even for a delicate-looking woman like her. How small is he? She takes him into another room and lays him down next to her on the big bed. They snuggle close, and he is completely drained, not sure how to feel anymore. Joyful and at peace, yet sad and exhausted at the same time. He can't help but bask in the feeling of comfort and home. He's always been a mama's boy. With Howard, he's just never been allowed to act like one. Now though, there is no father around to say anything about it, and his mom certainly doesn't seem to mind. He spends whatever is left of the night in her arms. He's comfortable and warm. He relaxes, and by the time dawn arrives, he forces himself to think about what the hell is going on. It takes a while to clear his thoughts. He isn't Tony Stark anymore. Not really. Tony Stark died. Somehow, somewhere in maybe another universe, because while he recalls only vaguely this new life, he doesn't recall huge alien attacks in the news or in history class. He is young still, so he will need to check to see if that is right, or just something his new self hadn't yet been aware of. His name is Midoriya Izuku now. He knows that. He remembers being Izuku, for as much as a 6-year-old can remember his life. Thing is, he remembers being Tony Stark as well. Tony's life is much clearer than Izuku's. He can remember most of what happened to Tony, all the way back to his childhood. The earliest memories are a bit foggy, but he can recall them. He has a few memories as Izuku, but most are recent. He recalls his fascination with heroes, his obsession with All Might, his failing friendship which he knows now as an adult is not a friendship at all, his quirkless status, and his dream of being a hero despite all that. He remembers the bullying and the explosions and he grimaces. Another blonde making his life difficult. He's also not too sure he feels comfortable with his All Might obsession. Honestly, the man had too many similarities with Captain America. No happy memories there. Tony is Izuku and Izuku is Tony. Getting that straight takes a while, but neither of him are stupid. Even if Izuku is only about 6 years old, he is quite smart. Dissecting quirks like he has been doing for a while now is not a sign of stupidity. Still, his brain feels unusually overloaded and his thoughts feel slow, but he doesn't stop thinking. He never does. He never has. And probably never will. So, he takes the time to think. His mom is cuddling him close, in her bed. She moved him here, because his own bed had been too small to fit them both comfortably, as he is a very small boy. He can't quite recall her name, can any 6-year-old. At what age do children learn their parents' names? When do they realize mom isn't called mom? But that doesn't feel important. She is here. With him. She came when he was in distress. Did he scream? He can't recall anymore. Is that why she came? It feels nice. He can't recall ever snuggling like this when he had only been Tony. Howard never would have allowed it, and he hadn't been around to try it with either and Maria. Tony had loved her, and still loves her, but he has learned to be honest with himself. Jarvis is the one who raised him. Jarvis is the one who taught him. He has more memories of their butler than his own parents. So, this new mom is definitely a bonus. He has a dad as well, right? He can't remember the man ever being mean or neglectful, but he is not around either. Isn't he somewhere overseas for work? What exactly does his dad do for work? He doesn't want to think too much about the life he left behind. He has done enough of that, starving to death on that strange and desolate planet. He won't wonder again if either Pepper or Rhodey died. If any of his old teammates did. He only briefly allows himself to think of them because, as usual, Steve's face assaults his thoughts immediately. He is my friend. So was I. Definitely not the time for that. He looks around, over his mother's arms, and around the dark room. His mom's room looks pretty normal, much like how Pepper had decorated their shared room. With a flash, he recalls what his current bedroom looks like. Hero posters, notebooks, and figurines. He's a real fanboy. He's not ashamed of that. And maybe that is strange, but he's always been enthusiastic. Mostly about science and inventing stuff, and himself, if he is being honest. But that is mostly because he can't help but be cynical. Always seeing the flaws in people. He was Tony Stark. Is Tony Stark, despite everything. But Tony Stark could not go all fanboy on someone else, right? What a sight that would have been. But Izuku is just a normal kid. He doesn't have an image to protect, a company to not disappoint. Izuku is actually looked down upon, because he isn't special, and isn't that strange. It is also weirdly comforting. No one has expectations of him, he is free to do as he pleases. He can be anything. His mom sings him a muffled lullaby and strokes his back. He is asleep within seconds. Another nice surprise, his mom is still holding him when he wakes up. He is laying against her chest and she is quietly reading a book. Where did she get that one from? Wait. Right, her quirk. He's in a different world altogether. It hadn't been all that clear yesterday, but now it all makes sense. He's sure he'd have heard of All Might before if the guy had been that big a hero in America, and All Might is one of the most famous heroes around. Izuku has always been a big fan, and his room definitely reflects that. Also, all the other heroes popping out of the woodwork in the last few years are a clear clue. So, either another world or that world advanced way too quickly in not enough years. Because there was nothing to be found on the Avengers, aliens, or even half the population on Earth suddenly turning to dust. Again, he would need to check that to be sure, but he feels pretty confident in his assessment. So, yeah, he is going with another world. Are you feeling better, baby? His mom asks as she puts her book aside. He nods, feeling a bit more balanced. Are you hungry? I thought about making some yummy pancakes this morning. She smiles at him. He feels a smile stretch on his face. I'd like that. All right, now you get out of bed, clean up, and I'll start breakfast. She leaves him to it, and Izuku sighs in relief. Whatever happened to him, Mom doesn't seem to have noticed. Yet. At all. That remains to be seen, but for now, everything is fine. He escapes her room and ducks into the bathroom without entering his own bedroom. He doesn't want to see the hero on his walls that reminds him way too much of Steve Rogers, both blonde, very buff, a stupid grin on their face, and walking around in an American flag for clothing, which looks like spandex. He takes his little stool, so he can reach the sink and looks into the mirror. He really is just a small child. Very round face, dark green curly hair, big, gorgeous if he says so himself eyes, and freckles. Freckles everywhere. He is cute. He is going to get things done with eyes like those. Manipulating people to get his way should be easy now, just flash them the eyes and they'll cave. He nods at himself. Glad to have that confirmed. He knew what he looked like, it's just, after last night, he wanted to make sure he still looks like Izuku, and not some weird mash between Izuku and Tony gone wrong. Breakfast is absolutely amazing. It feels so long since he's had a home-cooked meal. Tony is a genius in a lab, but let's just say dummy-ass smoothies hadn't been a mistake. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Tony actually got banned from anything and everything resembling cooking and kitchens years ago. Pepper knows how to cook, but had never had the time, and any friend that had come over, like Rhodey. Well, long story short, Tony had chefs and they regularly ordered takeout. Izuku is torn between savoring his pancakes and eating them as quickly as possible. After breakfast, he convinces his mother to let him loose on the computer. It looks like a prehistoric thing, the screen is huge and big and the quality is just. Ugh. No, those are worries for later. For now, he spends as long as he can surfing online, trying to get some general information about the world he now lives in. Because what 6-year-old knows anything about the world they live in? Izuku has no idea what country he lives in, or what society is like. Sure, he can tell you all the heroes that patrol this town, and who is in the hero top 5, and he can recite his phone number and address, but that is about it. He finds lots of things on the internet. He even makes a list of other things he thinks about. To research later, so he doesn't forget, and doesn't get distracted. His mom will come in later and restrict his access to the machine, so he has to pace himself. It will take him weeks to satisfy his curiosity, but for now, he has enough to think about. Quirks are something that hadn't been around before either. Such a fascinating subject, these quirks. They are as unique as every individual human. No two quirks are alike. About a year ago, he remembers feeling devastated when a doctor told him he was quirkless. Izuku had dreamed of having an awesome quirk and becoming a hero. Now, it's a relief not to have one. Quirks look a lot like magic, from this new point of view, and Tony Stark has never liked magic. Oh, he doesn't deny it had been around. After Loki, Thor, Wanda, and even Strange, denial isn't an option, but Tony is a scientist at heart. While the rest of the world has gone crazy, he finds it a relief to know he is still just a human. No enhancement, no extra limbs, no special powers. Just pure him. If you don't count the reincarnation thing gone wrong, of course. Can that count as a special power though? Aside from remembering, all it seems to do is cause him nightmares. Seems getting reborn doesn't get rid of your past traumas. Who would have thought? But no, he is quirkless, hallelujah. He spends the rest of his day with his mom, who is obviously very happy with this. She tries to help him finish up his homework really. He needs to learn how to write again. Sure, Japanese is a bit more complicated than English, but honestly, he is a genius. It's not that hard. But he quickly gets the hang of that and finishes it. He even finishes the rest of the writing exercises in his little workbook out of boredom. Well done, Izuku. You are so smart. His mom praises him. It makes him feel uncomfortable because he loves praise, but this is so simple he doesn't feel like he deserves it. With no more schoolwork to take his mind off of his boredom, he tries to keep himself occupied. This proves to be a challenge because his toys have never felt more childish than now. He's obviously outgrown them overnight and there isn't really much to do in their little apartment other than watching television and playing with his toys. Watching mindless television makes him anxious to do something, so he bounces around, leans out of the window to look into the city, and is even tempted to take apart and rebuild their old television just to have something to do. His mother despairs and thinks of a solution. She decides they can go take a walk to help him calm down. Holding her hand, he is humming and skips along. It's not much of a solution, but it gives him new things to watch. While Izuku now thinks being quirkless is a blessing, but he is obviously the only one. It's been a week now since he woke up feeling more like Tony than Izuku, and this last week has been an eye-opener. The kids at school bully him, his teachers ignore it, and his mother seems to think he is made of glass. She won't even let him go to the library by himself. It's just down the street. She says it is because he is too small to go by himself, but Izuku isn't sure. A lot of kids his age wander around after school hours, so he can't help but link his mother's worries to his quirkless status. On one hand, she obviously cares for him, but on the other, she has deemed him not capable in the same breath. Useless, as 𝐭𝐻𝐻 no Katsuki minute, Bakugo always calls him. He isn't sure how he feels about that, especially since he feels more like a grown man than the little child he now is. Tony Stark had always done things his own way, from a young age. Mostly because no one could be bothered to help him out. Tony Stark is a genius, no matter the life he is in, which makes life at home hard. It is downright boring. Watching TV and playing with hero dolls. Nope, no way, he needs to keep busy. His brain is flashing with questions, a need to find answers to lots of random questions, and he's never been good at sitting still. His hands itch to get to work. It's always been his coping mechanism. Head too full with thoughts. Build something. Preferably a new Iron Man suit. But he can't right now. He's 6, for one, and he doesn't have access to a workshop either. Never mind that he doesn't have the funds to pay for the materials. And that is only thinking about the suit, never mind its energy source. Still, after years of being Iron Man, he's not ready to give it up. Can he though? There are lots of flashy heroes on the news every day. The most famous All Might is clearly empowered in a Steve Rogers kind of way. Which, as soon as he sees the resemblance, kills the hero worship he had felt for the man dead. The similarities are too big and he still wakes up screaming after dreaming of Siberia. Either way, heroes on TV or on the streets are people with very flashy quirks. Now, Izuku knows he can be a hero too. His doubts end, because he knows he can do it now. He has before. The insecurity is gone, and he feels so much lighter for it. It's like a huge burden has been taken off his shoulders. He is Iron Man. The suit is just part of the equation. But the suits aren't Iron Man. Iron Man has always been Tony Stark. He isn't ready to give that up. He won't. Still, he has time. He's not even in his teens. Hero work is something for adults, he had told Peter that enough times. And part of him wants to just have a normal childhood. He barely lasts a day. Being normal is boring, killing his mind, and just no fun at all, so he commandeers the computer and does some research. Mostly into the laws of this world, because a world so focused on its quirked population must have laws in place. Something like the Accords have probably been put in place generations ago, and he isn't someone who half-buttes things and goes in blind. He likes knowing, he likes researching, and making things, and if that makes him the smartest person in the room, well, that just proves that everyone else is stupid. Not knowing puts him at a serious disadvantage. It takes him a while, and some all-nighters behind Mom's back, because she won't allow him this long on the computer to find everything he needs concerning the laws, and, all in all, he finds it very lacking. Turns out, most laws don't apply to him. Hey, another bonus to being quirkless. Most laws are worded in such a way that being quirkless excludes him immediately. Being a villain or criminal is using your quirk while harming people or things with the idea to do bad. Using your quirk to help people out, but without having a license. Also illegal, and one gets named a vigilante. On the other hand, quirk discrimination is also impossible if one doesn't have a quirk. There is no law that protects people without quirks, which is a bummer. Apparently, the kids in his school aren't doing anything wrong when they beat him up. Sure, they should get into trouble when they beat up another kid, but only because that kid has a quirk. Not so awesome that, but on the other hand no one can punish him if he stands up for himself. Still, no laws actually limit quirkless people in what they want to do. It's almost as if society has forgotten people like him exist. It is depressing in a way, but also good for him. He can exploit that as much as he wants. If he manages to create an armor, nothing in the law says he can't go out with it, especially if he ends up helping people out. So, He plans. He thinks and plots and plans. After weeks of thinking from one extreme plan to the next, he can only come to one realistic conclusion. He needs funds to build all he wants to build. He's too small to take a job though. He could go out and scavenge, or maybe put flyers in mailboxes to say he accepts broken electronics. It's a start. But long term, he needs to go to UA Academy. Their support program is known for only taking the best, and because they do, they can be very generous with the material they give their students to work with. UA also has a reputation for being the best high school in Japan, regardless of what people want to do later in life. Even if he starts as a support student, he can transfer to the hero course if he wants to, should he impress the teachers enough. It's not a widely known fact, but it is actually mentioned on their prehistoric-looking website. Any student can be transferred to another course should a teacher see some benefit in that. He isn't sure he wants to though. Well, being an official hero could be very limiting for him, because he'd fall under a lot of new laws that he didn't before. Still, graduating from the support course leaves a nasty taste in his mouth as well. Support course, as if that is all people like him are good for. Supporting heroes. It sounds so below what it really is, and heroes can be very ungrateful. Now, don't get him wrong, he has nothing against the idea. He himself has supplied the Avengers with everything and anything they'd ever needed, from food to housing to weapons, to anything he can think of, but he can't actually recall if anyone ever thanked him for any of it. He has time though, to figure out what he wants. UA has an age limit for applications. So he'll have to be patient either way and find something else to occupy himself with until he reached general high school age. He's never been good at being patient though. Everyone who knows Tony Stark can attest to that. So, what can he do in the meantime? Ideally, he'll create another AI. Preferably an old one. He had never recreated Jarvis after the Ultron fiasco. Partially as a punishment to himself, partially because it hurt. He just lost his oldest friend and it would have been impossible to recreate him, just the way he had been by the end. Now though. Now he longs for a bit of familiarity. He aches for it. However, trying to completely recreate Jarvis, or any other of his working AIs, is virtually impossible. Tony Stark is a pioneer in the area of AIs. No one else could create what he did, and not only were his creations intelligent, they could think for themselves, and they learned. That is the biggest issue. You can't recreate something that evolved to such a point. Sure, he can recreate the same base code, but there is no guarantee this new AI would turn out to be anything like his old ones. He does recall a few of his eyes that had never had the chance to go online though. Brand new, and ready to go, yet never launched. Determined, he grabs a notebook and starts writing. His mother has gotten it for his previous hero obsession, but Tony tears the first few pages of scribbles out and starts anew. Just brainstorming for now, materials, coding, even where he'd store his AI's servers and how many of those he'd need. It will take years, he knows that, but he's determined to see it through, and the earlier he starts, the sooner he gets it done. Again, money will be another problem though. Was he any older he would have thought to get a job, maybe something part-time, after school, but he is 6, and anyone who thinks of employing a 6-year-old is not someone kids should be around. DMN. There are solutions for that. He could probably rob a bank at some point, and since he won't use a quirk to pull it off, he should be able to go free. Those laws are really lacking. Not that bank robbery is an option right now, he's still too small. Also, priorities Tony. Stealing is bad. Still though, it seems like a big thing that 20% of the population is excluded by most laws. A positive point of this world is that every insurance almost always includes some villain hero damage claim. If you got hurt in such a fight or your property got damaged, your insurance took care of it. No, brain, stop drifting off. Money management isn't his strong suit. To be honest, he had never needed to manage money. He'd always had more than even he in his party years could ever completely spend. So he has work to do. The nightmares don't stop. Izuku dreams of his life as Tony every night since he started remembering. Some are nice dreams, like the first time any of his AIs turn online, Pepper, Rhodey, Happy, hell, even the kid features a few times. Most of the time though, he wakes up screaming. Mostly he dreams of Afghanistan and Siberia, but sometimes he sees Pepper fall to her death in a blaze of fire, Peter turning to dust, or he sees Rhodey plummet to the ground. Sometimes it's fighting Thanos, the terror he felt then, and the people dying afterward. Honestly, he has enough bad memories to pick from that it's a surprise he doesn't wake up screaming every night. He's never needed much sleep and has worked on all-nighters all his life, so it is frustrating to be so dependent on sleep now. His body needs it, even when he fights against falling asleep. More often than not these days he ends up falling asleep at his desk. He's fallen out of his chair more than once after violently waking up from the memories. It's not that big a trouble when the falling happens at home. His mother doesn't hover around him that much. She only notices a fall or two. School is a bigger problem. His teachers don't appreciate him falling asleep in their classes. They appreciate it even less when he can answer their questions correctly after rudely waking him up. He can't help it if their lessons are too easy though. He already knows the materials he's been reading ahead, way ahead, and it makes classes even more boring. He tried making blueprints in his notebooks, but they don't appreciate that either. Really, there is no pleasing them. Not that he is trying very hard, mind you. The other children keep making fun of him. The bullying isn't getting any better. 𝐒𝐻 seems especially relentless in his pursuit. Just yesterday, the kid had been all in his face, calling him Deku, as if being quirkless makes him useless. Old habits die hard though, and he had flinched from the boy on instinct. Izuku tries to simply ignore him and had continued walking. Bakugo had not been happy, and Izuku had only managed to avoid serious burns because he had immediately run off. Running isn't Tony's go-to way of dealing with things like this, but right now, he is neither strong enough nor important enough to pull off his usual strategies. He is going to be glad once he gets ahead in school and skips a few grades. No more Bakugo to deal with then. Izuku tries to avoid the blonde as much as possible. He just doesn't understand what the blonde's problem is. So what if he is quirkless? How is that any of Bakugo's business? Why does he care so much? Especially if the kid wants to be a hero, because what kind of hero is also a bully? It just doesn't make sense. Well, it makes more sense once Izuku takes a closer look at this hero society he now lives in. Being a hero is about being strong and popular. For lots of heroes at least, that seems to be what it is all about. The more popular you are, the more money you make. Heroes actually get paid to do heroic deeds. Like what? It's not a bad idea. Not all heroes are multibillionaires like Iron Man, but the grading system is wrong. If you are going to pay heroes, at least pay them for what they actually do. Just last night, a hero called Endeavor caused massive collateral damage. Sure, he had caught the villain, and Izuku has never implied that isn't important, but how many people had been hurt in that fight? The news had said dozens had been taken to the hospital with burn wounds, and still, people cheer like the man is some sort of rock star. What? So, yeah, he has issues. Between the nightmares, the bullying, and his changed attitude towards everything hero. His mom worries. After 3 weeks of non-stop nightmares, his mother takes him to a doctor. The same midget doctor who had proclaimed him quirkless. Now, again, Izuku doesn't mind being quirkless now. He had before he remembered being Tony, but has seen and met enough enhanced humans in his last life. He has seen magic and aliens and all sort of weird CRP, which is why he's relieved he's a simple human being, just like his last life. Well, a very smart human being, but without any weird powers. He's never needed any powers before. His mind is amazing enough to make him anything he could ever need. When the doc can't find an explanation for what is happening to him, Mon takes him to another one. And another one. Scared his nightmares are something more. Because it isn't normal for a 6-year-old to suddenly have such frequent and terrifying nightmares. It isn't, she is right, it is far from normal. But Izuku isn't going to try and explain what he thinks happened. Quirks or no quirks, reincarnation is something else. And yes, the doctors are sure he really doesn't have a quirk. They checked, again. No quirk. At least they stop thinking he has an intelligence enhancement quirk. The teachers at school think he is cheating somehow. So they do more tests, and in the end, they admit defeat. The only conclusion they can make is that Izuku somehow has PTSD. And he has. He's had that ever since Afghanistan when he was still only Tony, but little Izuku. Nothing has happened to him to explain such a diagnosis. Still, the doctor's visits have ended with a recommendation to a child psychiatrist. Which is probably the right choice. But how can a psychiatrist ever help him without Izuku ever really talking to them? All his nightmares are from things that happened to him in his past life. How on earth is he going to handle this? That he isn't fond of. He had created Bath once upon a time, to not need to go see a psych. And if he is being honest with himself, his current problems show that might not have been a very successful solution. His not getting out of this though, his mother is adamant. So here he is, sitting with his mom in a waiting room and waiting to see the person who is supposed to help him get better. He doesn't want to be here. Izuku looks around nervously. Midoriya-san, the receptionist calls out. Sensei will see you now. He sighs as his mother gets up. She gently but firmly takes his hand in hers and pulls him up. He is forced to follow her. This will be fun. Not. He sighs as he enters the office. It looks cozy. Central in the room there are about 4 one-person couch seats facing each other with a small table between them. There is a pile of board games on another table in the corner and a desk by the far wall. He isn't sure what he had expected, but this isn't it. The psychiatrist is a tall man, with weird purple hair, and he smiles gently as they walk in. Please, take a seat, both of you. My name is Shinsu-sensei. They all sat down, Izuku right across the man, and his mom in the seat between them. Now, this is just a first talk, to see if Izuku-kun feels comfortable talking to me. If at any point you don't feel like you can talk to me, please let me know. We can then look for someone else to help you out. The man eyes Izuku. Is that possible? Mom asks. It is very possible and very common, Shinsu-sensei reassures her. It's important to have a bit of a relationship with patients before tackling the hard subjects. If young Izuku feels uncomfortable when we simply talk about the small stuff, then it is useless to try for more. He turns towards Izuku once more. Your mom will only be here for our first talk. Next time you and I will be by ourselves. Now, I have already talked to your mom about this, but will you tell me why you are here? Nightmares. Nightmares, here. That is a bother. Do you have them often? The man asks. Izuku shrugs, not really feeling like playing along. Are you tired, Izuku-kun? Do you sleep during the day? He shakes his head. I'm too busy. Oh, that is nice. What do you like to do? I hear you are very smart. Izuku shrugs again. School is easy. I like to make stuff. Make things, like art. The man keeps on smiling, and while usually that would PSS. Tony off, to Izuku it is simply reassuring. No. Izuku smiles a bit. People in the neighborhood bring their broken electronics to our place and I take them apart. Then I use those parts to build new stuff. Wow, that is impressive. What have you made already? The man looks impressed. And while Izuku realizes his mom probably told the man this already, he can't help but relax a bit more. They keep on talking about his hobbies, and before he knows it their hour together is done. Now, I think that went very well for our first talk. What do you think, Izuku-kun? Would you like to come to talk to me again, or would you rather try talking to someone else? You're fine. Izuku shrugs with a smirk. All right, let me know if that changes, Shinsu-sensei smiles back, and I will see you in a few days. They let him skip a grade. It would be a relief, should be, for any normal kid this smart, but Izuku isn't normal. Tony had never done school at a normal pace. It is slow. So slow. It reminds him that yes, he really is a genius. That isn't just a title people gave him to make him feel better about himself. Well, either that or other people are even more stupid than he remembers. Still, it starts with one grade, and then a few months later another. The only reason he hadn't graduated before now is that it worries his mother. Apparently, he doesn't have enough really friends, and skipping grades won't help him make friends. So as the years pass, Izuku occupies himself as best as he can. He takes online classes when possible and he has his little tech projects at home. He really goes around the neighborhood, knocking on doors to see if anyone had any broken electronics, and he's gotten a surprisingly good haul the first time around. A broken TV, 3 old laptops, and a few of those brick cell phones they had in this world. People are hoarders. If something breaks, something expensive, it's usually very difficult to just throw it away. Still, they are happy to hand over their things when he asks for them. Why does he need them? School project, of course. Before he leaves, he gives them each a little flyer with his phone number. Just in case they have more stuff he can use in the future. It works really well. His mother, happy he has found something to occupy himself with, is very enthusiastic in helping him out. She takes him to a beach not too far from their place, which had been turned into a dumping ground years ago. He has never loved her more than on that day. It is a treasure trove. He spends half a day scavenging what he can, immediately stripping everything he doesn't need away, and only loading the parts he can use into their car. Now, he finally has what he needs to start building his new AI. Just in time too, because he finally graduates middle school at around the same time. He is barely 10 years old when he graduates, but Izuku is happy about it. He has long since left his bullies behind, Bakugo in particular, and he refuses to spend so much time on stuff he already knows. He'd rather learn something new. Still, he takes lots of online classes when their budget allows for it, which is surprisingly a lot. His dad isn't around, like ever, but he calls and sends them enough money to accommodate quite a few classes. The first few classes he takes are to accommodate past knowledge. Basic knowledge of physics, engineering, and stuff like that. Even in this world, those classes are a breeze. Still, he needs to occupy himself. UA, his high school of choice, has age restrictions, so it'll be another 5 years before he even starts that chapter of his life. So he focuses on his AI, for now. He is taking a little break from his online classes. He thinks he has enough cover-up excuses for most of his suddenly acquired knowledge for now and focuses on building himself some servers that are big enough to house a learning AI, or at least that are a big enough start. He gets very mucky with that. On his third visit to the beach, he actually finds in his eyes very old computer tower probably owned by the government at some point and convinces his mother to take it home with them. It makes things easier, because, sure, he needs to repair it and replace pieces, but the majority of the work is already done. This means he doesn't need to build one from scratch. He installs old webcams and speakers in his room and the old guest room, which is now his lab space. He doesn't want to wire the whole apartment in one go. He doesn't want to overwhelm his mother, and it feels better to start small. Also, Mom won't let him break apart their whole home to install the necessary cables. Once the groundwork is done, he connects their computer improved by himself to the whole system and starts writing the base code that all his AIs possessed. It all takes time. He refuses to rush this. He needs to take his time and make sure no mistakes are made, and he is still very busy aside from all his work. Therapy turns out better than he expected. Sure, he can't talk about everything with the man, but the talks they do have are nice. He feels lighter afterward and, more importantly, his mother seems happier as well. Less worried. That is always a bonus. He talks about lots of stuff with Shinsu-sensei. The bullying that still happens, even if he is done with school for a while, has taken to avoiding as many of the neighbor kids as he can, his lack of quirk, and his tinkering hobby. It's just talking in the beginning. They sometimes play a board game while he is there. They haven't touched on the nightmares yet, and Izuku doesn't mind. This helps plenty, and it's already more helpful than he ever thought possible because, before Shinsu-sensei points it out, he had never even considered he might feel anxious. Like, all the time. And he does. Well, not when he was nose-deep in his tinkering, but usually, when dealing with people. Yes, he is anxious, and it is only now that he realizes he felt the same way when he was Tony. Never sure what to expect, never sure how to react appropriately, generally, just waiting for things to go wrong. Oh, he had hidden it better as Tony. His image screamed arrogance and confidence. Back then. But deep down. Nope, deep down he was a mess. Even now. Especially now. Here he can't lock himself in his lab for 3 days straight without coming out. He can't fool his mother like he fooled Rhodey and Pepper, who had been busy as well and couldn't babysit him all the time. It's very confronting already, and they haven't even touched on the really bad stuff. They talk about how he deals with it mostly by avoiding the problem and focusing on something else, even if that means simply having no sleep at all at night, why those ways aren't bad per se, but also not the healthiest. They discuss other ways of dealing with it, and what helps him feel better afterward. Lots of cuddles turn out to be an answer to that. Cuddles make him feel better. How embarrassing. He is still young enough to shamelessly cuddle with his mom. It is something he still marvels at, being able to go up to her and just cuddle, without having to explain anything. Still, Shinsu-sensei suggests another possible solution, keeping in mind that Izuku might soon grow out of mommy's cuddles. A pet. His psychiatrist has convinced his mother to get him a pet. Not that he meets a lot of resistance, his mom is very easy to convince. Convincing Izuku is the hard part. An unofficial emotional support pet. Just an animal to have at home that he can cuddle. He can cuddle plenty with his mom, alright. They do so every evening on the couch. Well, when he can convince her to put on a movie. But either way, his mom is convinced. So, she asks him what kind of pet he wants. Izuku only shrugs. He's never been fond of animals. Well, we live in a small space. A dog would be very impractical. We don't have a garden, and honestly, going on walks a few times a day sounds very time-consuming. She muses out loud. Izuku makes a face. More time outside. No thanks. She giggles at him. A cat then. They are pretty self-reliant. Well, a cat is probably for the best. He doesn't see himself cuddling with fish, though a tank would be awesome as well. Birds. Nope. No thank you. Some sort of, he doesn't want to say rodent, but he isn't sure what else to call them. Nope, if he really has to get a pet, an uninterested cat is probably for the best. She insists on going to a rescue center, and not just an animal shop. Izuku doesn't mind either way. In the end, they go to a cat cafe, because why not start this experience by seeing lots of cats at the same time? This cafe works with the shelter a few blocks away. Mom says, you can spend some time there and see if there is a cat or kitten you like. Izuku grunts, not really enthusiastic. There is a reason he kept creating AIs in his last life instead of adopting a pet to keep him company, and has never really had to take care of a living being before. People usually take care of him, not the other way around. So, no, he's not looking forward to it. He's still a bit grouchy when he waits for his mom to sign the paperwork. No, he is not allergic, yes he is allowed to adopt one cat if he wants to. Blah blah, boring. He can already see the area of the cafe where all the cats are. There are some tables with cozy chairs. Lots the cat trees and other furniture the cats can climb up on, even loose cushions and toys everywhere. There are already other people inside. Now, sweetie, you look around for a cat, and I'll be back after I'm done with our groceries, alright? His mom smiles brightly at him. Izuku can't help but nod. He huffs as soon as she is gone. So, he is big enough to do this on his own, but walking to the library is still too much. Really, mothers are so strange, or is that just something weird that is unique to this mother? So lucky he's a boy this time around as well. He can't imagine what it would be like to be a girl. He'd probably rock it either way, but still, he is not going to complain about not being a girl. No sir. The girl who talked to his mom lets him into the cat area, and he stands a bit lost at the door. They are everywhere. The cats, in all colors and shapes, everywhere. It's a bit overwhelming, and he takes a moment just to take it all in and then goes to sit at the most cat-free table available. Mom gave him money for a snack, but he really doesn't want to get cat hair in his food. A waitress approaches him. So, do you want to eat something? She smiles at him. Sure, just a sandwich and some lemonade, please. He replies reluctantly because he knows his mom will throw him a disappointed look otherwise when she gets back. You can go sit closer to the cats, you know. She says. I know. He warily eyes one of the smaller kittens making its way toward him on unsteady paws. The girl giggles, but leaves soon after with his order. An orange-colored kitten jumps at his shoes and attacks his laces. Not sure how to respond, Izuku nudges it with the foot it is striking. The kitten, for some strange reason, only sees this as a reason to continue its attack with more enthusiasm. The waitress gets back and places his food before him, giggling at him. He looks up. Everyone in the cafe is smiling at him. He flushes bright red. Oh, that is so precious. A man with long blonde hair pulled together in a weird knot at the back of his head and glasses giggles loudly. His black-haired and tired-looking companion nods indulgently, but he flashes Izuku a strangely toothy smile from behind his long white scarf. He flushes even more, and looks away, focusing on his food. He picks up his sandwich and takes a bite, determined to ignore the tiny animal now laying over his foot. He flinches when tiny claws climb their way up his leg. The ginger kitten finishes its journey on his lap and Izuku can only stare at it. It stares back. It has a little bit of white under its chin and down the front of its neck, and it has darker stripes in its fur. It looks cute, he supposes. It looks with big eyes at his sandwich. Nope, that is not for you, he says resolutely. The eyes grow bigger. He feels his guard lowering. No. He narrows his eyes at the animal. Here, you can give him this. The blonde guy from before suddenly stands next to him. He holds his hand out to Izuku and Izuku watches him warily. The man's smile only grows wider. This kitten is usually very shy. My friend and I come here all the time, and we bought some snacks for the cats at the counter. Here, why don't you give some to him? Izuku sets his sandwich down on the table and out of the kitten's immediate reach and accepts the treats. There are 3 of them and he holds one out to the kitten. The kitten pounces and bites on his fingers to get to it. It doesn't actually hurt, but it does take him by surprise. Hey! The man laughs at him. He sure is a little character. You haven't been around a lot before, haven't you? Izuku shakes his head, watching the kitten lazily eat its snack. Its little tongue runs over his finger, as he hasn't let go of the treat yet. I've never really been around animals. Then this is a big step. Izuku shrugs. The kitten is done with one snack and is sniffing his fingers for another. He sighs and takes another snack and holds it out. It doesn't bite him this time. The kitten eats it, laying on his back in Izuku's lap. Its belly is lighter than the rest of its fur, and Izuku can't help but slide it. It's very soft and the kitten starts purring really loudly. Oh, you two are so cute together. The man practically squeals. I have to go back to my friend now, but you two have fun. Bye. Izuku barely watches the man leave, too busy petting the purring kitten. His mom comes back sometimes later and coos over the 2 of them. By then the kitten has eaten all his snacks and had been sleeping on Izuku's lap ever since. It hasn't budged, even when other cats came over to inspect Izuku. Oh, you are so precious together. She coos at him with a smile. Izuku flushes again. He briefly looks up. The blonde guy from before is still smiling at him, but this time his friend nudges him harshly to stop. What do you think? Do you want to take this one home, Izuku? His mom asks. Izuku thinks hard about it. He supposes, if he has to choose a cat here, then he would prefer this one. Sure, it had tried biting his shoes and his finger, but it had also slept peacefully on his lap, letting him pet it. Sure. Mom's smile grows bigger. I'll go take care of that then. And with that, she makes her way back out to the counter. Izuku watches the kitten. It wakes up, well, it opens an eye, and stares at him, before closing it again and going back to sleep. He snorts. Yeah, you'll do. I think I'll name you Kitty. Tony Stark is Iron Man. And Iron Man is a hero. At least to this world's standards. He will always be Iron Man. Just being a hero. He isn't sure. Iron Man had been born out of a need for, well, let's be honest, revenge and to right a wrong. He'd been angry after Afghanistan. So very angry. And scared. He is man enough to admit that even if he is only a boy right now, his weapon's in the hands of terrorists, harming innocent people. Harming people like Yinsen and his family. He had been disgusted when he realized he only cared when confronted with the idea. Before seeing it with his own eyes, it hadn't really sunk in. The horror of it all. The pain of other people. Tony Stark has always been a selfish man, but at that point, he tried to better himself. He likes to think he succeeded. Everywhere, after fights, he had thrown money around and helped with the rebuilding. People might say money can't solve everything and that it was an empty gesture, but when a whole city is destroyed, money can give people hope and the capability to rebuild. You can't rebuild a proper house out of broken parts. Not for long anyhow. Money bought food as well. It wasn't perfect, but he likes to think he'd done what he could. Still, even then people had always blamed him for everything and nothing. While true, Ultron was not his best moment at some point, he never complained. Even when his teammates started blaming him too. The Accords. Not his idea. Why Steve had thought he had that much influence, he had no idea. No, Captain, he didn't invent this just to annoy you. Honestly. How petty did the guy think he was? Had been. So part of him is reluctant, if that is the right word, to go down the hero path again, especially since it had led to him dying on a destroyed planet in one lifetime. But he is nothing if not a realist. He longs for his armor. He misses the feeling of security it always gave him. Just yesterday, Bakugo had gotten up in his face, and Izuku had in true Tony fashion mouthed back. It had resulted in first-degree burns. Nothing serious, but the kid had literally blown up in his face. Why Bakugo keeps insisting on seeking him out even if Izuku is neither in his class nor his school anymore, is mind-blowing. He will get hurt a lot if not talking back is a requirement for that. Now, Izuku is used to this kind of behavior from his former friend. It is his standard of life, or it was, until he remembered being Tony and knew better. Sure, Tony's life had been far from normal as well, but dealing with the Kipita had refreshed his memory on what had been considered normal. Neither of his lives fall into that category. So, yes, part of him longs to put the suit back on and just be Iron Man. Help people, and show these arrogant Jayarkas that he at least doesn't need a quirk to be a hero. That is a big part too. He is petty like that, even now. Still, even after all these years, the whole Avengers fallout still hurts him. He had considered them friends. He really had. Not very close friends, like Rhodey and Pepper. Close friends at least called to see if you were alive after your house blew up on national television. Yes, he is bitter about that, so sue him. So he hesitates. This world. It has rules in place. Laws to prevent heroes from going rogue, and punish them if they do. This world has dealt with heroes longer than his previous one has. That is good even if most laws don't really apply to him, being quirkless and all. He'd been so surprised to find out he is excluded of most laws because they specify quirks or their use in them. And while this system is mostly based on popularity, he can totally work with that. He isn't sure the concept is exactly what it should be. He wants to keep inventing and tinkering though. So, maybe a part-time hero. Is there even such a thing? Giving up his tinkering is not an option. He wants to help this society move forward. Televisions are huge still, and he is not talking about the screen. The screen is tiny compared to the whole thing. Cell phones are still so very basic, flip phones with only text and call options. Hell, it's a miracle the internet exists. Well, that, and he wants to help support his mother. By now she is working 2 jobs to keep up with his psychologist's bills and extra lessons and really paying for everything that catches his attention in terms of learning. It would be nice if he could make enough money off of that to buy him what he needs to keep himself tinkering, but also to lighten her workload. Having no money is tough. Still, he is very undecided. He's searched the UA website for more information, but double majors don't seem possible. It is mentioned nowhere anyway. One either becomes a hero, or one joins the support course. There is no in-between. Which SCKS? But, just because it isn't mentioned on the website, does that mean it is impossible? He will have to find out. Still, high school is still far away. He has more pressing things to worry about first. Having Kitty around helps. Cuddling the kitten helps keep his anxiety down. Even with his talks, anxiety isn't something that leaves him alone. He hadn't been this way before. At least, not like this. Not until lots of stuff happened, and usually he had been able to control it. He might have picked up some bad habits along the way, but it had never been such a big part of him as it seems to be now. He hates it. It makes him doubt himself at the most inconvenient times. And it felt less overwhelming, somehow, while being Tony. Early on in his life at least. ♯sensei has warned him he will have to deal with it his whole life. He's learning to get some sense of control over it, but depending on what happens in his life, it may peak again at times. So, yeah, Izuku hates that bit. The exercises help. A bit. Calming his mind is hard. ♯sensei had started with the safe place technique, but that hadn't really worked. When had Tony Stark ever be safe? Where? No, the breathing exercises work better for him, but it's easier to just distract himself when he feels an attack coming. He starts recognizing the signs immediately nowadays. Just a bit of pressure in his chest. So, he throws himself into his projects and starts tinkering. Then, when he finally does need to go to sleep, his mom is being very watchful and will drag him away if he shows signs of staying up all night. He finds that falling asleep with Kitty on his chest, purring away, is the best and easiest way to do so. He'd been reluctant to get the kitten, but he loves it now. Loves him, and yes, Izuku found out the kitten was male when they adopted it. It says so in his little passport book. Kitty has playful moments, but all in all the kitten is very calm and well behaved. He tries to imagine Peppa's face. If she could see him now. Ha! It still hurt to think of her. And Rhodey and Peter. Time goes on though, and the pain dulls a bit. Well, it's not present in every waking moment. He's told himself he's only allowed to mourn them and pity himself during bathroom time in the morning. If he sticks to that time, he's able to manage the rest of his day without wasting away. He keeps busy. And, as mentioned before, ♯sensei helps. A bit. It's at the end of one of their sessions together that ♯sensei brings up a new idea. Now, I found something a few days ago, and when I saw it I immediately thought of you. I think this could be a great opportunity. He holds out a bunch of printed papers. Izuku grimaces, but Sensei immediately notices. Instead of making a big deal out of it, Sensei just lays the papers on the desk and waits for Izuku to take them. Tony had never liked to be handed things. No idea why, it was just a pet peeve of his. One Izuku seemingly inherited. He eyes the paper, an eyebrow rising in disbelief as he read the first few lines. A summer camp? He asks skeptically. Yes. ♯sensei says with a smile. Seriously? Izuku mutters as he keeps reading. A whole week. With kids his own age. No reprieve. Ugh. That does not sound appealing. I see you don't like it. Why? This is a program designed for people with ambitions to make it into the support business. Here. It is. Must have looked over that. Izuku mutters again, scanning the paper again. ♯sensei hums a tune while Izuku reads the paper more seriously. Izuku looks up, a grimace on his face again. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have to go? Of course not. Sensei blinks in shock. I was never going to make you go, if that isn't what you want. Really? Of course. It just seems like a good opportunity for you. We can talk it over. I can tell you my reasoning, you can tell me why you seem reluctant, and then you can do with this what you want. Izuku nods. This is how it usually goes, though this is the first time Sensei has suggested something so directly. Usually Izuku's homework is more abstract. Try this, think about this. Stuff like that. They fill the rest of the hour talking about it. And yes, Sensei has enough good points that Izuku might just try this. This camp is meant to give people a better idea about what it means to get a support license. There is the tinkering and inventing part as well, and he is sort of interested in that as well. Plus, it's with other kids who have the same interests. He's still undecided about that. He is curious but apprehensive. In the end, he decides to go and immediately talk it over with his mom. Once he tells her, and she sets things in motion, he won't be able to change his mind. The most important reason he goes, or at least the reason that made his final decision, is his mom. As always. He knows she worries. She keeps asking him if he made any friends and, until now, he never has been able to tell her yes. Izuku doesn't really mind. He's never been someone with loads of real friends. Give him a few close friends he could depend on and he is happy. It's fun when people like you, and he had loved parties once, but there has always been a difference between those who thought they were his friends and the people he considered his friends. The reverse had also been true, sadly. Well, lessons learned. So, here is to hoping he'll meet someone both smart enough to keep up with him and mature enough to not chase him off. A friend would be nice, especially for his mom. Mostly for his mom actually. He has Kitty and his soon-to-be AI. He is fine, but if a friend keeps her from worrying too much, he'll give it a try. No promises though. His mom is overjoyed, so he already feels like he succeeded. Yet all Izuku feels is dread already. Because now that the decision has been made, he can't back out anymore. Only 4 more months to go until he leaves for 1 week filled with screaming teenagers. Yay! Anyway, Izuku has had Kitty for a month, when his AI project is finally done. All is in place and, after all his hard work, it is finally ready. All he needs to do is boot it up. He feels strangely nervous about it, and decides to wait until his mom isn't home. If the whole thing blows up it shouldn't. Really? At least she won't be around to get hurt. He is sitting in his desk chair before the computer, Kitty sleeping in his lap, staring at the screen. One last enter should start the whole thing up, and he finds he is shaking. He gently pets Kitty, mostly to distract himself. The kitten starts purring, but otherwise doesn't move. I should have called you 𝐤𝐳 instead of Kitty. He grumbles playfully as he continues petting Kitty. Still, this is a very important moment. He's spent years working towards this. And now it is finally time. Izuku takes a deep breath and presses enter. The codes flash over the screen, and he holds his breath in anticipation. It takes a while, but he doesn't mind. No matter how many times he does this, it stays nerve-wracking. What? Where am I? A male voice sounds through the computer speaker. Izuku hesitates. This is the first time since Jarvis that he gave one of his AIs a male voice. It sounds young, just like he programmed it. Young and hesitant. Maybe he made it sound a bit too much like Peter's, after all. Who are you? The AI says. And who? What am I? What is my purpose? My name is Izuku, I created you. Izuku says, ignoring the way his voice cracked. Your name is Tadashi. It's short for technologically advanced digital and sophisticated heroic intelligence. Tadashi doesn't acknowledge his words in the way a human would have. He is too new. He has so much to learn. Izuku looks forward to it. What is my purpose? Your purpose is to learn and help me out when I need you. You help take care of me and my mom, and little Kitty here. I see. Don't worry, I'll explain everything in time. Izuku tries to reassure him. Do you feel all right? I think so. I have knowledge of everything in my system. I am not yet connected to the internet. He sounds hesitant as if he has no idea what the word means. Izuku isn't worried. Tadashi will learn. He hasn't connected him just yet, out of fear too much information might overwhelm him like it had Ultron once upon a time. No, not just yet. I didn't want to overwhelm you when you came online. That is something. I'll give you some time to process. Izuku suggests. No need, you made my processes fast enough. Question, should I call you Izuku, creator, or something else? You can call me whatever you want. Izuku grins. This is always the most fun part of bringing AIs online. I shall have to give that some serious thought then. The AI says. He is always delighted when his AIs first acknowledge they can actually think, and yes, he is very proud of that fact. He has every right to be. That is fine. Take your time. Izuku feels so giddy he could squeal because this is definite proof that he once was Tony Stark. He isn't just hallucinating or going crazy, not that he ever doubted, but it's nice to have it confirmed. In either world, Tony Stark is the only person to have ever created real, functioning AIs. And now, Izuku has done so too. Or again. Depends on how you look at this. He spends some more time, just talking to Tadashi. It's nice, but before long he gets nervous again. Introducing his mom to Tadashi is a bit tricky, as it turns out. Having an unseen person answer him in an empty room startles her badly. Oh my! She presses a hand to her chest. Izuku shuffles guiltily. Sorry, Mom, I didn't think he would startle you that badly. No, No, it's fine. I just did not expect that. She says. What exactly is this? His name is Technologically Advanced Digital and Sophisticated Heroic Intelligence, or Tadashi for short. Izuku says proudly as he introduces her to Tadashi. He is an artificial intelligence. She blinks at him. He made a smart computer program, she guesses. Well, he is smart, but that's not quite what happened. He winces. I created an artificial person. Tadashi can think for himself, can learn, and he can help us out when needed. She seems to think this over. How exactly would he help out? And did you say you made a person? Well, he doesn't have a physical body. Izuku says hesitantly, not sure why she isn't just as excited as he is. And I can wire him through the whole apartment. He could access all the electronics like that. It would be awesome. Let's wait a bit with that. Well, yeah, I don't want to overwhelm him. He is barely half an hour old. I haven't even connected him to the internet yet. Mom takes a deep breath. Izuku, I trust you are being responsible about this. I know you are very smart, but I spend a lot of time thinking this through, Mom. He says softly. He can sort of guess where she is coming from, why she is hesitant. Ultron will never be forgotten in his mind, after all. All right. Well, Tadashi, my apologies for ignoring you like that. I am Midoriya Inko, your grandmother. She turns towards the computer. Grandmother? Tadashi asks stoically. Well, Izuku is my son. And he did create you, so doesn't that make him your father? And thus, me your grandmother. Izuku snorts. Sorry, I hadn't considered that. I am still a kid though, so son might not be completely right. Mom watches him intensely and starts giggling. What? Izuku asks, confused by the sudden change in mood. I do not understand. Tadashi says, confused as well. I'm sorry, I am not laughing at you, Tadashi-kun. It's just your name. You really liked that movie, didn't you, Izuku? He pouts, refusing to acknowledge he knows what she is talking about. What? I don't know what you mean. Come on now, you know which movie I am talking about. She teases him with a smile. So, that is a happy coincidence. He looks away as his cheeks heat up. I'm sure it is. There is no way you made his name especially so it would spell out Tadashi, didn't you? You did. Tadashi asks, unsure. Izuku flushes. Of course not. And he really hasn't. Not really. Sure, he likes that movie, a lot. He is a kid, all right. He has a good excuse. Now, anyway, but the basic coding of Tadashi had been created a lifetime ago. He had briefly hesitated when bringing Friday online, almost choosing Tadashi. He hadn't, in the end. Jarvis had just died, and the idea of, well, he'd never brought another male AI online after him. It had hurt too much. This is a new life though, he is starting somewhat fresh, and he lives in some version of Japan right now, so Tadashi seemed appropriate. Life goes on. Having Tadashi around helps a lot. In fact, Tadashi is awesome. Not only is his little AI smart like him, but Tadashi is adapting to this new life of his with a speed that leaves Izuku feeling delighted. No offense to his mom, but he now has someone around who can follow his train of thought when he starts rambling. It's nice, and he needs to find things for Tadashi to do. It won't do for his little boy to get bored already, so Izuku gives him research projects to complete. While he is still unsure of what he wants to study, he knows he will attend UA. It is the most prestigious school in Japan, after all. So he sets Tadashi on the school. Just some research, so Izuku knows all the options open to him. He still thinks a double major kind of would be ideal. Stupid website. They should put more info online. Tadashi is hesitant, but with more time that passes, he gets more confident. Izuku gets the results once Tadashi is sure he has combed through all their data. Barely online for a week, and already hacking through systems. Izuku is so proud. Turns out, there isn't much more to find. Sure, there is a hidden rule that general course students can be transferred into the hero course if they impress enough teachers during the sports festival, but that is only for Gen Ed students. No one from another course has ever been transferred into the hero course. Though, there also doesn't seem to be a written rule saying they can't. So, has it simply not happened before? Could be possible. Not every kid dreams of being a superhero, he imagines. Not after a certain age, that is. Also, until now, no one has ever done a double major at the school. It hasn't been tried yet. It's depressing, so he brushes it aside and focuses on something else. He focuses so hard he barely leaves his lab in the weeks that follow. The only reason he can practically be forced out now is when Kitty starts howling for food. Or when his mom really insists. Which she does not. Instead of trying to get him out, she merely makes sure he takes a break every once in a while. She brings him his food and insists he washes himself. She finds an ally in Tadashi in this endeavor. Chief, you should recharge now. I read that humans, especially growing ones, need at least 7 hours of sleep a day, or rather, a night. The AI says. The young voice makes the scolding sound hilarious and Izuku has to fight a grin. He gets up though and starts preparing for bed. Tadashi is getting more confident every day, and he really doesn't want to discourage the learning AI. Izuku himself has enough moments of self-doubt now that he doesn't want to encourage it in someone else. Besides, his projects won't run away and it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. And yes, he wakes up not even 2 hours later, and eats something small for breakfast. He really can't stand it when his mom looks all disappointed. Then he is back at work. Izuku. His mom calls out an hour or two later, sounding rather alarmed. The police are here to talk to you. Izuku looks up from his latest project, an actual smartphone he is designing. Not one of those flip phone thingies. He is just finishing up the blueprint with Tadashi's help. The police. What for? He asks out loud. What on earth could the police want with him? He can't recall doing anything to attract such attention. He scratches at his head. The officer appears to be accompanied by what appears to be the current principal of 𝐒𝐻𝐢, at least according to the data available. Tadashi says, I am sure I have no reason to doubt you. Izuku says with a smile. Even after all his AS, it is still so precious to see them learn and evolve. This one is a bit more unsure of itself compared to the other ones, and how strange it is that a programmed system can doubt itself. Still, Izuku is sure Tadashi will soon start gaining more confidence and stop this self-doubt. He stands up, places a sleepy Kitty back on his chair so he can continue sleeping, and makes his way to the common area of their apartment, and indeed their guests are sitting at the dinner table, between the half-open kitchen and their living room. The apartment has a very open plan. There is a big animal sitting at their table. He had read about it, how the principle of 𝐸 is an animal with an intelligence quirk, but seeing it is still something else. What kind of animal is he either way? Izuku also studies the other only adult male in the room. It's been decades since he has dealt with the police. Somehow he had expected a Fury lookalike. The man before him could not be more different. He looks kind of plain, but very professional. Hi! He greets them both cheerfully. Both turn to look at him. Izuku, you could have at least washed the stains off your face before greeting our guests. His mom gently reprimands him as she stands up from her chair. He can only guess what he looks like. He had barely slept last night, and he had been so determined to finish his multiple projects. He picks up the fabric of his shirt around his collar, and wipes at his face. Here are those oil stains. Has he worked with oil since waking up? He can't remember. But he has tinkered with at least 6 different projects already today, so maybe he should probably change into some fresh clothes, though. These are badly stained. His face must look great as well. The stains, probably some huge bags under his eyes. Maybe he should have brushed his hair, for the first time in days. Oopsie. It is no bother, Midoriya-san. The animal says with a grin as Izuku sits down as well. He eyes the 2 people at the table, trying to look relaxed. Which is difficult because now he feels a bit anxious, though he has no idea why exactly. Now, my name is Nezu. Am I a bear, a mouse, who can tell? Nezu continues on cheerfully. I am the principal of 𝐸, and here next to me is Tsukoshi Naomasa, a police detective in the police force. We are here to speak with you. Well, you already know my name, so, Izuku says with a shrug of his shoulders. What did you want to talk about? We were here because we have some questions. We already asked your mother some, and she insisted that we talk to you concerning everything computer and technology related. Nezu says. I'm good at it, sure. Izuku confirms, still not sure exactly what is going on. What the matter? Someone at this address hacked UA systems. Tsukochi says seriously. Izuku blinks at them, looking from one of them to the other. His mother throws him a frown. And you think I did it? He asks unsure, pointing at himself. The IP address pointed us to you, yes. Nezu smiles. You stayed away from personal files, like those of students and staff, as well as our campus security, which is the only reason we are here, and not down at the police station. The principal frowns at him now. You seemed very interesting in everything concerning the entrance exams and the general working of our school though. Nezu-san insisted on talking to you, which is why he is leading this conversation. Tsukochi explains. Yes, we did some research on you. A brilliant young man you have there, Midoriya-san. Depending on how this conversation goes, we might just decide to not press charges. Charges? Izuku, his mom sighs. It is true my son is very smart in some aspects. In others, clearly not so much. She frowns at him. Izuku grins sheepishly. And oh, wow, he definitely needs more sleep, because he only now realizes what they are talking about. But that is, a while ago now. Has it taken them that long to track him? And he had not expected the police to come find him. Though, it has been ages since he got in trouble for something like this. The world had once given up on trying to reprimand Tony Stark for something as simple as a hack. If they even found out he did it in the first place. Because usually, his AIs go undetected. Izuku hums. Well, technically that both is and isn't my fault. Both adults raise an eyebrow. Explain. The officer says. Well, it wasn't me who did the hacking, but I did ask someone to do so. I got curious about the exam requirements. He shrugs with a grin, not sorry at all for what he has done. Who did then? Tadashi. Mom completely sags in her chair in exasperation. Of course. Tsukochi only raises an eyebrow in curiosity. There are only 2 people listed as habitants of this apartment. So, knowing that, who is Tadashi? Nezu asks curiously, continuing the detective's train of thought. I could introduce you. Izuku asks. Mom isn't keen on giving him access everywhere in our house just yet, so for now, the only way to interact with him is either in my room or in my lab. Lead the way. Nezu stands up, and with a shrug, Izuku does as asked. He can't suppress a grin as he walks before both adults. This will be fun. He leads them inside his lab. Loose parts are lying everywhere. Kitty looks up when they come in. He actually woke up for this. And both adults look around the room with wary eyes. He can see them realize there is no one else in the room. Nezu briefly eyes Kitty like he's also a smart animal, but seems to dismiss the idea quickly enough. Dashi-kun, say hello to the nice UA teacher and the detective. Izuku says as they focus their attention back on him. Hello, sirs. It is very nice to meet you. Tadashi says dutifully. Their eyes grow wide and Tsukochi looks around as if someone is going to pop out of the wall. Nezu eyes Izuku with narrowed eyes. Where is your friend? The police officer asks. He's all around. Tadashi is an AI, an artificial intelligence. I created him, and when I asked, he hacked into UA's system to get the info I wanted. Always glad to help. I'll need to get better though. Practice more. If they tracked me back here so easily, Tadashi says disgruntled. Izuku bursts out laughing. I'd rather you didn't practice how to hack, Tadashi-san. Nezu says with a grimace. Midoriya-san, you made him. Yeah, it took years though. I needed to wire him completely by hand, build his servers, write his code. It took a lot of time. He grins at them. Tsukochi grimaces, but Nezu looks interested. What exactly can he do? You could ask him. Izuku shrugs. One of my AI's main protocols is to learn. He is free to learn what he wants. I prefer learning things that help me support Chief and his mother. It is fun. Tadashi is still very young. He only came online about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It seemed like a good opportunity, and I was curious. Izuku explains proudly. 3 weeks, Chief. You were curious. Well, yeah, I want to know my options. UA is by far the best high school around. Still, some people would say I am somewhat limited, despite my intelligence. Knowing my options seemed like the best bet. I'd rather not try out for your entrance exams, only to be denied entry. Why would you be I am quirkless? He says before they jump to conclusions. And why would you being quirkless be a reason you wouldn't be allowed into my school, Midoriya-kun? Most people seem to think being quirkless is a synonym for being useless. Izuku shrugs. I don't agree, but getting people to change their mind feels like a useless endeavor. It hasn't worked yet, and I have better things to do. While it is true no quirkless student has ever been admitted, there is nothing in the rules preventing them from doing so. Nezu says. I know. Izuku grins at the headmaster. By the way, Tadashi looked up that information quite a while ago. Did it really take you that long to find us? Nice, Dashi-kun. He beams at the webcam in the corner from which Tadashi has access to see what happens in the room. You flatter me. Tadashi actually sounds smug now. Izuku is shaking in excitement. His little boy is growing. You seem like a very bright young man. The headmaster finally says. I am assuming you want to try out for our support course in the future. Well, I have another year to figure that out. Izuku shrugs. Though 𝐼 Academy is the only other school he has considered, besides UA. 𝐼 is very tempting, and briefly, he entertained the thought of going there, of meeting other people with passions like his and the urge to create that can't be ignored. Very briefly he allows himself to dream, and then he dismisses it. He had once fallen into the trap of creating support items for heroes in hopes they would accept him as one of them. The Avengers had lived cost-free at his expense for years. No rent, no cost for food, and all the gadgets they could dream of. He would never again be reduced to that. He will still help people, but he is done being taken for granted. Beside 𝐼 is a floating island, cruising the seas. Going to their academy will mean leaving his mom behind, and he can't do that to her. She cares for him, and he cares for her, and honestly, even in this life his father is a massive no-show, so he can't leave her by herself. And they are expensive. Travel fees alone. So yes, while 𝐼 is nicer for a visit or something, UA is the better option. The school is one of the best in Japan and he can easily commute there every day. Oh, are you considering another school? Nezu asks with a frown. Not really, I am just not sure about what course I want to enroll into. He shrugs, not sure if he should be vaguer. Maybe they'll make him an offer. What other course are you hesitating about? Tsukochi asks curiously. Hero course, and support course. I know I can be a hero if I want to be, quirkless or not. I can make my own support items. As you can see, I am very good at making things. The two exchange a look before they turn back towards him. As quirkless, you would be at a big disadvantage in the hero course, Nezu says casually as if trying to gauge Izuku's reaction to what he just said, but there is no rule against quirkless students. If you get in, you get in. Yeah, I just need to survive your giant robots in the entrance exam, Izuku says sarcastically, which I can't do without the right gear, and I am not allowed to bring any, if I could even make something durable enough to be of use, because only support equipment that is certified for quirk usage is allowed to be brought to the exam. There is no way he's going to try making an arc reactor here in their little apartment. He proved that in Afghanistan, but it just isn't safe enough. One moment of lost concentration and the whole building could be destroyed. Maybe going to visit a support company will help you make your final decision. Either way, we would be very happy to have you as a student at our school. The headmaster suggests. There is an undertone in the principal's voice that piques Izuku's interest. He grimaces though, feeling strangely nervous about meeting other people like him. Is that the best way to describe them? Maybe he'll go and do that. It might be nice. Meeting some people he can talk to, and who understand him. Then again, He has that summer camp thing coming on in a few months, so he might not need to. Maybe that will be enough. So what does this mean? Mom rubs her hands together anxiously. Will you press charges? Well, Tsukochi-san. What do you think? Nezu asks with a smile. Seeing as my Midoriya-kun hasn't lied to us today, I am sure a warning can be enough. The detective says. Well, I could have lied if I had wanted to, but there really is no need. Izuku shrugs. Chief, please don't challenge the people who can throw you in jail. Tadashi chimes in. Oh hush, I am a minor. They can't just throw me in jail. He laughs. No one got hurt, and our students' and teachers' privacy wasn't harmed. That is the most important. Nezu says amused. Please refrain from doing this again, Midoriya-kun. I'd hate to have to come back to reprimand you. There is a mischievous twinkle in the guy's eye. Izuku grins. You can come by whenever you feel like it. No need to wait for an invitation. Izuku, his mom mms in despair, but the principal only laughs out loud. Even the detective looks amused now. Izuku grins. He can't help it. Today is a good day. Barely midday and he already has been able to show off Tadashi. Izuku, can we talk? His mom stands in the doorway. Izuku looks up from his latest project. Sure mom. She looks determined. He gets up and follows her into the kitchen. She wrings her hands, unsure of where to begin. It makes him nervous as well. Are you? No, you are not all right. What happened? What has you so down? He shrugs, not wanting to talk about it. I wondered what you are planning for high school. After that visit from UA's faculty. Do you plan on applying there? I think so. UA is the most prestigious high school around. In Japan, at least. It isn't far, I can easily commute. I'm just not sure which course to try out for. He admits. She blinks at him. Which are you considering? The support course or the hero course? I like support, but I don't see myself making gear for heroes my whole life. I want to make my own gear. He silently wonders why he has to repeat himself though. Hadn't she been around when he explained most of this to the detective and Nezu? In fact, he wonders. Has he never told her of his plans before? He can't recall, but surely he has. Why on earth would he not have told her before now? Well, you still have some time to decide. He snorts. Maybe, but the choice is actually a simple one. Like I told Nezu and the detective before, Tadashi found out what the entrance exams for the hero course is, and realistically there is no way I can get in on my own, without any gear. I am not made to fight giant robots with my bare hands. So, the choice should be simple. His mom pales when she hears this. Yes, that would be very reckless. You are very smart, Izuku, and I don't doubt you can do anything you set your mind to. Could you still become a hero if you graduate from the support course? He stares at her, unsure why hasn't thought of that. I am not sure. Actually, it turns out to be possible. The hero license exams are not exclusive to hero course students. Schools with hero course students get priority, but anyone can apply. Tadashi chimes in. Really? Izuku looks up in wonder. This world is so focused on the hero carriers and going to school to become one. He hadn't considered doing both in this way. He could apply to the support course and just take the hero exams in his own time. That could work. In fact, that can be very helpful. It gives him time to create the Iron Man suit he will be really happy with, not just an advanced suit to fit this backwards world. That, and he isn't comfortable with the whole child soldiers thing. There is a reason he first insisted Peter didn't get involved with the Avengers. Somewhat. He had taken the kid to Germany, but still. Boy, he really is a hypocrite sometimes. If only that double mayor was possible. That would make this choice much easier. Well, you still have some time. Mom says. Maybe you'll be able to choose after your summer camp. That will give you a better idea about the support course. Summer camp. The dreaded words are there again. He is so glad when he isn't panicking that he already made his decision and that neither Shinsu-sensei or his mom have let him change that decision. He'd have cancelled and re-entered tons of times by now. Summer comes quicker than he imagines, and the closer it comes, the more nervous he becomes. It's subtle at first, especially since he's learned to recognize it easily now. Most days he can distract himself easily enough. It's the evenings that are hell. The moment he decides to finally go to bed especially. The staring at nothing, not able to sleep because his mind is racing. Racing from one thought into the next, and suddenly the anxiety is gripping him by his lungs, almost as if the feeling can crush his chest. It isn't nice, and sleeping becomes even worse than before. Showers are hell as well. Everything that allows for mindless movement sets his mind free. He starts multiple projects at the same time, everything to keep his mind as busy as possible. He finishes his smartphone, and while it isn't as sleek as a manufactured stock model, it is pretty and very functional. Tadashi has access to it, of course. It is a very basic stock phone, but still miles better than what is out on the markets today. He spends months creating small projects. From Natasha's old Widow Bites, a nice earpiece to always be in contact with Tadashi, to some better appliances for his mom. She is ridiculously proud of him when he presents her with her own smartphone. Right now, he is recreating the hologram tech that had powered his entire workshop once upon a time. Still, thanks to the anxiety, he spends very little time sleeping and he gets used to feeling exhausted. He is tired all the time. He just wants this to be over already. Let's just get it over with. His mom takes him to the doctor again, at Shinsu-sensei's recommendation. His therapist worries he might be having a vitamin deficiency on top of his other issues. He turns out to be right. He lacks iron and vitamin D mostly, and those can be fixed with supplements. He starts feeling a bit better after taking them. He certainly has more energy, but he never really feels not tired. So, the stress continues and he just wants it to be over now. When it finally gets to the day he is leaving, he is so exhausted by everything that he barely feels anything but relief. His mom is so enthusiastic, she almost shoves him out of the door. There are waterworks involved when she drops him off at the bus stop. She briefly talks to the driver mostly to be sure it is the right bus and then it is time to say goodbye. Wait, bus. His confusion is big enough that he stops his own crying. He is not embarrassed about that. So what if they are early and none of the other kids are here yet? The Midoriyas are criers all right. Mom, weren't you going to drop me off at camp? I am. She tilts her head, a bit confused as well. Then her confusion cleared and she giggles. Actually giggles. At him. Oh, baby, did you not read up on camp? Do you have any idea where it takes place? Or did you simply forget? I am sure it was mentioned when Shinsu-sensei first brought it up. It's just camp, right? What on earth has he gotten into? While true, he hadn't looked up any extra information, that had been done on purpose, alright. To not go into a research binge and find out every little detail about where he is going, and worry about it in advance. I guess not. Mom giggles again. Well, I won't ruin the surprise then, but I think you'll be very happy. He frowns at her, feeling very unsure suddenly. Oh, Izuku, you will be just fine. You will enjoy this week and when things get too much, we can always video talk thanks to the phones you made us. Don't hesitate to message me if you want to or need to. I will always pick up, and I really want to know what you will be up to. Mom's smile is shaky. This will be the first time he will be away from home. He's never slept anywhere but his own bed. He gives her another big hug. Cuddle kitty for me, alright? Of course, baby. He will be waiting for you to get back, but I'll take good care of him. Finally. A loud voice exclaims a bit further away. They release their hug to watch what is happening. It's a girl. She is wearing goggles and has bright pink hair in a dreadlock kind of hairstyle. Or is her hair just very thick? She is vibrating with energy and watches the bus with stars in her eyes. The people behind her, her parents he assumes, are each holding one of her shoulders. Like they are stopping her from running off. She looks the complete opposite of how he feels, but those goggles on her head look interesting. Mom pulls him into another hug. You be good now, have fun and try to get at least 5 hours of sleep a night, alright? I'll try is all he can say. He is done making promises he can't keep. She releases him and gently pushes him towards the bus. Have fun, Izuku. She calls out as he is halfway towards the bus. He only waves at her but doesn't look back. Mostly because he fears if he does, he won't ever get on that bus. He makes it though. He makes it inside the bus and drops his stuff in the compartment above the seat is chosen. He is the first one here, so he can choose freely. He chooses a seat in the front. Hopefully, sitting here will give him some more time before he needs to socialize. Kids don't like to sit in the front. That is where the responsible adult sits, right? I am so excited. The pink-haired girl squeals as she walks inside. She throws her bag next to his and sits down next to him, hard. The whole seat moves with her. Izuku clutches at the seat before him and grimaces. Of course. The universe can't give him a break. Why would he get some more social free time? This week will be hell. He is calling it already. He's been calling it for months now. Not that anyone listens. Well, he hasn't really been saying it. Not out loud, anyway. Hi, I am Hatsumi. I can't wait to get going. Really now, I never would have guessed. He can't help but reply sarcastically. She bursts out laughing, in delight. He frowns at her. That is not the reaction he is used to. Though to be honest, he would never reply to his mom like that, and Tokishi is still too young and precious. Strange that this is the first real time he allows himself to be what people would have called Tony Stark, his sassy and sarcastic old self. It feels strangely like coming home. He hadn't realized until now that he had missed this. What's your name? She simply asks. Midoriya Izuku. Cool, you done much inventing. Or just here because you are curious? Both, actually, but yeah, I tinker around. He admits. Tinker around. Yeah, that is putting it lightly. The girl keeps talking as the bus fills up. There are more kids here than he had thought. He nods and hums in agreement in what he thinks are the right places, but he isn't really listening to what she is saying. Finally the bus closes up and they are on their way for a whole week of fun and science. He can only hope. So, where exactly is it we are going? He asks as the bus leaves the city center and makes its way toward the highway. Hatsumi doesn't answer but keeps squealing. Something about babies. Like, what? Oh boy, this will be good. Hatsumi cheers next to him a while later as several screens in the bus are lowered and a small little clip starts to play. Why are they talking about I-Island? What? I-Island. We are going to I-Island. Isn't that like super exclusive? I-Island. Home to over 10,000 scientists. A man-made island, never staying long in the same place, supposedly to keep villains out, but they also sell tickets and put their travel planning online. Built to house the world's brightest minds, to research quirks, and develop new hero support items. Not really. I mean, sure it is expensive to visit, but camps like these are important. She shrugs, a frown on her face as she gets serious. The number of people applying to support courses in Japan is dwindling, and fast. Mom is the CEO to one of the biggest support companies in Japan and no one has applied for an internship in at least 5 years. It's why they organize these summer camps. Major companies sponsor them. Really? I know people are all about heroes these days, but yeah, support licenses are becoming rare. I think UA's class this year counts exactly 4 people. She grimaces, DMN. Wait, you really had no idea where we were going? She asks with wide eyes. Her eyes are almost golden yellow, with strange markings. Must be her quirk. He hadn't noticed before now. Not really. He shrugs, but doesn't explain himself. They don't actually stay long on the bus. They have barely stopped talking and the bus slows down already. At an airport. Because, of course, I-Island is an island so they can't get there by bus. Still, he had half expected the bus to ride onto a boat or something. Not some sort of semi-private jet. It's smaller than a commercial plane but bigger than the ones Tony was used to. It's about big enough for their group. There aren't really that many seats left over and Izuku resigns himself to listening sort of to Hatsumi, as the girl drags him to a seat. No security. He mutters. They have barely arrived and are already being loaded onto the plane. He has barely seen the inside of the airport. This is an island plane. There are scanners inside and more once we get to the island. Hatsum says cheerfully. You sure are well informed. He says. She doesn't reply, only widens her smile. The plane ride is not that different from the bus ride. It takes about an hour and Hatsum keeps on chattering. He can see the round island as they fly lower. The huge walls, the triangular design inside, and he can't help but wonder why the strange shapes. Their plane lands and Izuku feels himself getting excited. They enter the island via a tunnel with an automatic floor. They simply stand on it and it carries them forward, like in some very long corridors in airports. The wall is a huge screen on either side of them and their ID appears. So, they scan who comes in. The immigration inspection is complete. Hey, he likes this lot more than security checks at the airport. They arrive in a big terminal which is strangely empty. It takes a while to retrieve their bags even if there is no one else around. Mai is bouncing next to him, and Izuku has to stop himself from mirroring her. He stares as they get out of the building into the open air. Because, really? Trees. Plants. Before he dismisses the thought. Honestly, this is so over the top and yet exactly what Tony would have done, make a completely man-made island in the middle of nowhere, and build a giant garden on it. He doesn't want to know what it has cost to ship in all the earth alone. Never mind all the personnel required to keep it this well maintained. Nope. There is a man waiting for them, together with a girl. She looks only a few years older than them, which he likes. She is pretty, very pretty, and her being older gives him hope he won't feel exhausted or bored talking to her. Welcome to Island. The man greets them with a heavy accent. I am Shield David. I am an American, so pardon my accent. This is my daughter Melissa, who will join you this coming week for your support summer camp. Oh boy, he can hear the capital letters in that name. People are so dramatic. He loves it. Izuku grins. But first, let's get you all settled in, and we will meet afterward for a brief introduction to your camp during lunch. The man continues on, with a bright smile on his face. The man leads them away and the group starts following him. Hi, you are Midoriya Izuku, right? Izuku turns. It's the blonde girl with the glasses from earlier. Why yes. He says while keeping walking. He has to turn back a bit until she catches up to him and Izuku needs to be careful not to fall over his bag while doing so. I am Melissa Shield, or Shield Melissa like you say here. She smiles at him. Mai, who is still walking next to him, starts talking as well. Maybe she feels a bit left out. And I am Hatsum Mai. Call me Mai. It's very nice to meet you both. The girl smiles at them both, but keeps her gaze on Izuku. Please call me Melissa. They keep walking and Izuku starts feeling very uncomfortable, especially since no one says anything else. So, how did you know my name, he asks. Oh, I guess this must be very weird to you. Sorry about that. She apologizes with a smile. My dad runs this program. And he mentioned you to me. Why? Izuku asks, not understanding. He thought it might be nice, for both of us. You don't meet a lot of quirkless people these days, especially our age. Izuku falters. He has never had problems not since remembering with being quirkless. In fact, he rather enjoys it, but it is indeed rare to find another person like him, especially someone the same age. Quirkless people make up about 20% of the population, but with each generation the amount of quirkless people diminished. So yes, while 20% of people out there don't have a quirk, most of those people are way older than him. There aren't a lot of quirkless kids, which is why the ones that are like him tend to get bullied a lot. There are also high suicide rates, especially for quirkless kids, which doesn't help. So, you as well, he asks instead of saying all this. Yep. She smiles, clearly as unbothered as him. The group halts before a big building, made up almost entirely of windows. These are 𝐼𝐴cademy's dorms. During the year, this building houses all our students. These next 2 weeks, you will be staying in empty dorm rooms of our recently graduated students. Shield-san explains as he holds up a list. Together with the guy at the reception desk, he starts going over the list and handing out keys. Izuku gets a room on the 5th floor and they all get released to drop their stuff off. He drops his bag as soon as he steps inside and falls face first onto the bed. He sighs deeply and takes out his phone. No new messages. He sighs again. Tadashi, please let Mom know I've arrived. Of course, Chief. His phone lights up as Tadashi does what he must. DMN, he loves that AI. He sighs again and turns to lay on his back. A whole week. He hopes he is ready. Summer camp turns out to be more than okay. Sure, he misses his mom and Kitty a lot, but who is keeping track? He only calls home once a day, all right. That is not too much. But being here is actually, dare he say it, fun. He is learning a lot less than he had hoped though, which is disappointing, but he finally has some, dare he say it, friends his own age. Maybe. They do talk a lot and hang out all the time. Well, it's more like Melissa and especially my don't seem to leave him alone. They are nice, and he loves talking shop with them, even if they can be a bit clingy. It is fine though. There are seminar-type classes, where they listen to scientists talk and they get to choose which ones they attend. It feels like a very mature way to treat teenagers, but Izuku is very glad for it. It is interesting to see what these people have focused on for years, seeing as most scientific fields have become almost non-existent. The one about patents has been particularly enlightening. Filing patents is how people make money after all. You invent something, put a patent on it, a trademark, and you own it. Anyone else who wants to use what you made even just as a piece of something bigger owes you money. As Tony Stark, he had never needed to worry about that. He had teams of people who did all the heavy lifting for him. Now though, those patents can mean early money for him and his mom. Well, it turns out, not really. Applying for patents can only be done if one has a support license. What? No wonder people don't bother inventing stuff. Whose bright idea had that been? All patents, not just concerning hero stuff, but for anything. Support students can file for their trademarks while studying, and most do this through their school, but they'll only cash in once they get their license. This both annoys him and seems like a reasonable compromise because while he won't get the money immediately, it also prevents others from stealing his ideas and filing the patents before he can. Patents had been the only reason no one had succeeded in taking the Iron Man armor from him. Even the military had to bow down to that one. He will just need to be patient. But this also means that he does need a support license. He needs to. He wants to patent his things, from the AI software to the Iron Man armor, to his advanced but still touchscreen-free smartphone. They belong to him, and he won't have someone else profit from his work. In time, he wants to start a company to sell some of what he makes. Not everything, of course. No way was anyone getting their hand on AI-basis software or even his armor, or the arc reactor, but he does want to make some nice money. Enough for him to not count every yen he spends, and to give a bit back to his mother. She has been working very hard for years to finance all his fancies. It is the least he can do. He can't do that right now. Manufacturing costs alone are. So support course studies it is. That is fine. He likes the lab time he will get. This really is a camp to promote these studies. All schools get a thorough review and they get prepared for what to expect. They do promote their own academy here on the island the most, which is logical. Why overly promote your own competitors? Still, it gives a pretty good overview. He'll have to either convince Nezu to make an exception for him and allow him to do both support and hero courses at the same time, or he'll have to wait until he gets his support license and then go for the hero thing. Either way, he needs that support license and he won't wait. He is bad at waiting patiently. Honestly, a support license has priority over his hero license anyway. After all, even if he does something that people might call heroic, it's not like he can ever be labeled a vigilante. Also, hero course students, it turns out, get free gear as long as they are in the hero course because everything they get is designed and produced by the students in the support course. To keep the costs down as much as possible, apparently. The support course students don't get paid, except in experience. Like EX points in a game. Really? Apparently newly graduated heroes mostly stop using support gear after they debut. Most heroes only really use their costumes, largely because of the sudden cost of their gear, both manufacturing and maintenance. Izuku can't say he is surprised. It actually explains a lot about society. Heroes are pampered as hell. What is it with all these privileges? Paid for the work, free gear for many years, and treated as celebrities, and yes, if anyone knows how that can change people, it is Tony Stark. Honestly, is all that necessary? The organizers of the camp have given them free access to the lab set aside for students, and he spends most of his free time there, to be honest. Mai sticks to his side. It is both annoying and nice. She is smart and it's refreshing to brainstorm with her about lots of stuff, but he isn't used to being around people like this. Not anymore, so at times, it feels almost claustrophobic. Talking shop with her is fun though. Mai is clearly very smart, she is just so eccentric. It is something he can't quite understand, just inventing things for the fun of it. It feels like 2 lifetimes ago since he did that. Just tinkering, not really needing anything. Mai clearly doesn't design her invention for specific reasons. She just makes and keeps on making stuff, hoping to ever need them. Izuku makes stuff because he has a problem that needs solving, or specifically, a world that needs to catch up because it is so far behind it isn't funny anymore. Melissa is nice. Very nice. Almost too nice. She is very pretty as well. And smart. Though he spends less time with her compared to Mai. Mostly because she is older than they are. She is already a first year in high school and enrolled here at the academy on the island, so she doesn't need most introduction lessons. Also, maybe because she is older, it feels to Izuku. And maybe this is just him, maybe he is just imagining it, but, well, it feels like she treats him as if he is younger and less experienced. Which, in normal circumstances, you know, would be understandable, but to Izuku, who has spent 2 lifetimes now being treated like a genius and like he is older than he actually is. It gets on his nerves. Just a bit. She is lucky she is so smart and pretty. Sort of. Not that he judges her for being a girl or pretty. Far from it. Natasha and Pepper were prime examples of why you shouldn't underestimate a woman. He had learned that lesson the hard way, as Tony. He will never underestimate women again, or even think of them as less capable. Still being treated like a little brother by such a pretty girl. Not cool. She is very nice though, and he doesn't think she is aware she is doing it. If she is, he can't imagine she does it with bad intentions. After their first night, for example, she came to pick him up at his room, before taking him with her to pick up Mai, and taking them to the food place, the lunchroom or whatever you want to call it. She goes through the trouble of explaining the schedule to them. The red slots are actually practical application lessons. You'll get to tinker away there. The blue slots are theoretical lessons, but they aren't anything like what you are used to in school. It's more like in college, a lecture if you will. You just listen and take notes mostly. The labs are open all day and so is the cafeteria. See? Very nice. However, their schedule is color-coded and the explanation is included. He had to bite his tongue to keep from saying something. He can read, you know. Being here, on an island full of prodigies, shows again how brilliant Izuku is. He hasn't really been paying much attention until now. Sure, he knows he is smart, he has always known. But he had hoped the rest of the world wasn't too far behind. Science might be hyper-focused on hero support, but he had hoped. Nope, while some hero gadgets he sees on the island are, well, handy. There isn't anything he can really name innovative. After he is bored to death in his first 2 theoretical lessons, he doesn't bother attending any more of them. He has better things to do. Well, he spends most of his time in the labs, to which they have free access. That and a few practical lessons. Speaking of which, one of their first practical exercises is inside a tall central building. Izuku is very excited until he hears what exactly the exercise is. It is a mock villain with a hostage situation. The villains are holding people hostage in the big reception-like room, while other villains take over the tower to get inside the vault on the top floor. They were here to come up with ideas and tech to help the hero team who stand nearby, ready to storm the building. They actually provided people to play out the roles as well. All in all, a very solid exercise. But it says Izuku off either way. Honestly, by the time he has designed something to help out a hero, he can easier think of at least 3 ways to do the job himself. He takes out his cell phone as soon as they get their hour to work and plugs it into the computer he got to work with. "Are you there, Tadashi?" he asks with a frown. Always, Chief. Please tell me you have something to do for me, I am bored out of my mind. Tadashi's voice sounds from his phone. Izuku chuckles. Oh, you betcha. He cracks his fingers together in anticipation. Let's show them how it's done. This will give me some nice experience. Tadashi agrees with an eager tilt to his voice. Izuku grins. Bring it. Tadashi hacks into the I-Island mainframe with embarrassing ease. Really, and these people were the best and brightest. It worries him, because doesn't this island have the same security system as Japan's most guarded prison, which holds the most notorious villains? How worried should he be that it takes his little Dashi barely a few minutes to get inside and take control? No one says anything about it, no alarms go off, and it's as if they haven't even noticed yet, which is even more worrying. Or Tadashi is just that good. Either way, he feels both proud enough to burst and ready to move his mother to another country. He distracts himself quickly, before his mind is allowed to dwell too much on that. Seeing what the other kids come up with is very interesting. Mai is by far the most noteworthy. Her design is quite bulky, so he doesn't immediately clue into what it actually is. It creates large shockwaves that disturb electrical systems, she explains enthusiastically. Not bad. It isn't something Izuku has actually thought of. Mostly, probably, because that will mess with his own tech. He jolts down a note about that on his phone. He will need to find a way to counter that. Midoriya-san. The man leading the exercise says. Izuku hasn't bothered remembering his name. Why aren't you making anything? Is this exercise too hard, maybe? Nope, too easy. Izuku shrugs. I found a way to solve the problem myself, no heroes required. The man blinks at him, stunned. Izuku sighs. Best and brightest, here. He really hopes not. He starts explaining what he planned. The man's eyes only grow wider. Midoriya-kun, while it is very helpful of you to point out these obvious flaws in our system, we are not heroes. We are here to support heroes, to create things that help them out. Why not? Excuse me. If his eyes grow any wider, they will pop out of the guy's head at some point. Why couldn't we be heroes? I mean, sure, that is a personal choice, but you talk as if it is impossible. Of course, we can be heroes. We are more than smart enough. You speak as if support and heroes can't be combined. Why not? Because in the end, we know our inventions best, right? If anyone can draw out their full potential, it is us. Izuku says with a frown. The man stares at him as if he has never seen a child before, and is now frowning. Izuku huffs. So, you hacked into our system and made this plan. The man tries to follow the steps Izuku found obvious. Well, technically Tadashi hacked, but yeah, it was my plan. Izuku replies with a shrug. Tadashi? Who is Tadashi? Izuku grins. Why don't you say hello, Shikuin? Hello. Tadashi says dryly. The man actually jumps back. What is that? Excuse me, how rude can you be? Izuku frowns at the man. Even if he is startled, there is no need to be so rude. Honestly. That. Ugh. Your phone just spoke. It responded to you. Mai cheers with wide eyes. Is it alive? That or he is calling someone who is in on the prank. The man from before says warily. Oh come on, just because no one else has ever made an AI. It's really not that hard. Izuku says with a whine. He didn't mean to whine. He really didn't. And it isn't hard to do. Not really. Not for him anyway. It just takes some time and resources. Why do people always underestimate kids? It's like they think all kids are stupid. So what if most were? Izuku isn't. He never has been. Why let kids operate electrical tools if you think they will hurt themselves with it? It doesn't make any sense. Tadashi. Show him what you can do, please. It would be my pleasure, Chief. Even Tadashi sounds as grim as Izuku is feeling. Yeah, neither of them likes being underestimated. Especially since this is a program for, well, not gifted, but at least not stupid children. At once all the lights turn off and the door locks loudly. People startle and some shouting is heard before the lights turn on again, and Tadashi commandeers the big screens on the wall and starts playing Izuku's favorite Disney film. Just because he can. Oh! He places a hand on his heart and coos at Tadashi. This is epic. My cheers in the background. It takes a while for anyone to believe Tadashi is not just someone on the other side of the phone. Which, come on. This is just ridiculous. Tadashi is an AI, an artificial intelligence. He feels the need to explain. He is still young and learning, so I thought this might be a good opportunity for him, but honestly, it wasn't much of a challenge. He is the one who hacked your system. Izuku shrugs again. An AI. You created a real, autonomous learning AI. The man asks stunned. Yes, I did. Izuku frowns, feeling a bit insulted at the man's shock. Midori. You have to tell me all about it. Mai screeches as she jumps his back and throws her arms around his neck. And introduce me. Ark is the only sound Izuku can make as he tries to keep standing and regain his breath. Mai sure has a tight grip on his neck. She is stronger than she looks. Her eyes are shining, like when she talks about her own inventions. Her babies. Izuku laughs. He is looking forward to talk some more shop with her. The teacher, if he can be called that at this point, just ends up skipping him in the demonstration, after asking him to disconnect Tadashi from everything that isn't Izuku's phone. Which is rude. Maybe you shouldn't make it so easy for Izuku's baby to get into your system then. Put some effort into it, you genius. If only it was that easy to get rid of Mai afterward. She insists on, as she calls it, properly meeting Tadashi, and part of Izuku is delighted because she is immediately treating Tadashi as an intelligent being. She doesn't just assume he is a computer that learned to respond. He can count on one hand the people who did that in both lifetimes. They end up spending the next few hours in the lab, just tinkering away while Mai interrogates both Izuku and Tadashi. There you two are. I couldn't find you anywhere in the lunch hall. Melissa cries out as she enters the lab. Izuku blinks and looks up as she nudges his shoulder. He has completely lost focus. What are you doing here? Come to join us and show us what you can do. Babies, babies, babies everywhere. Mai chants in some weird way, like a song. Melissa blinks at them and then starts frowning. How long have you two been here? You did eat lunch, right? Lunch, smunch. This is way more important. Look, I made hover shoes. Mai bursts out in victory as she holds up her invention. I can't wait to start UA. They let you play with even more materials, even the really expensive ones. Less than a year now. And yes, it is both exciting and a tiny bit nerve-wracking to think about. Almost time to start at UA. Finally. He's been waiting to start there for ages, and now it is almost time. I can't wait. He grins at her. We are going to take that school by storm and show everyone how awesome we are. Mai cheers loudly. Both of you will be going to UA. Melissa pouts a bit. I had hoped you might want to apply here, to the academy on the island. Nope. Mai grins brightly. UA for me too. Izuku says, not feeling up to explaining it. That's a shame. I would have liked having you two here. I would have been fun. Melissa sighs, but quickly smiles at them again. We'll just have to make the most of summer camp then. Izuku snorts at that, and Mai bursts out laughing. What? Which leads to Mai explaining what happened earlier. You really made a functioning AI? Melissa asks with big eyes. Yep. Izuku says as he pops the word. He is tired of repeating himself. Have you started the paperwork yet? Paperwork? For the patent. This is some very exciting news, and the community will be all abuzz when they find out. She bounces slightly, just as excited as Mai had been before. We can't yet, right? They explained it in one of the classes. Only support course students can apply. Izuku shrugs, still bummed about that. Well, technically yes, unless you find a sponsor who will stand for you in the meantime. Besides, you can start filling out the paperwork the same day you apply to school. Izuku's eyes widen. Now that is interesting. Not right now though. She says cheerfully. I have other plans for now. Izuku eyes Melissa warily and she shoots him a teasing smile. Melissa drags them out of the lab whenever she can. It turns out to be the easiest way to get both Izuku and Mai to leave it. Still, getting the two to leave isn't easy. At all. She has just found the easiest way. Grabbing an ear from each of them, pulling and refusing to let go. It works wonders. Izuku is a bit annoyed at her for it, but as long as she doesn't share that technique with anyone, he is content. Melissa often drags them around the island to explore. Well, mostly to show them everything there is to see. It is a shame they aren't allowed on the theme park-like attractions that are made for heroes. Mostly so they can test gear, and a little bit so they can test themselves. Today though, she seems content just to watch them work. At least, after she insists they eat the sandwich she brought them. It is one of their exploration trips that Izuku suddenly thinks about something. Hey, Melissa, there wouldn't be some sort of hadron collider on the island, would there? A hadron collider, she asks confused. Yeah, you know, to create particles and new elements and stuff. To study the creation of the universe. That sort of thing. Well, I think there is actually. Great. Can you take me there? Even if I wanted to, I can't. I don't have access to that part of the island. I only went there once and I think I saw what you are talking about, but I only got in because of Papa. A minor setback. Can we go see him? Your father. To ask him about it. I am not sure he'll let you go, but sure. We can ask. She doesn't move. Can we go then? Now? She asks, clearly not expecting it. Well, yeah. Camp is almost over. They are about 3 days in, so just about halfway, but knowing his luck, it'll take some time to convince an adult he knows what he is talking about. If his instructor before was any indication. While walking, he thinks about how to best plead his case. He knows what he wants to make, starcanium. The element he had invented in his last life. He had help from his deceased dad, true, but Tony had been the one to make it. He knows the atom structure and the way to make it by heart now. If he managed to convince Shield-san to allow him to make this. No need for palladium anymore. Though, it would be weird to call it starcanium this time around. Midorinium. Anyway. Melissa takes them into a building they aren't technically allowed in, but she has a pass and no one says anything when they walk past. David Shield is deep in one of the labs that even Melissa doesn't have access to. She has to be beeped in with the intercom. Melissa, is something wrong? The man sounds worried. A worried dad. That is new. Maybe he is the only one with malfunctioning dads. Izuku hadn't paid much attention the first day here, but Demon, hearing that heavy American accent feels like a blessing. A whole new life of only speaking Japanese. And Tony had always been multilingual. He had even spoken some basic Japanese in his original life. So this makes him feel a bit homesick. He isn't sure which home he is aching for though, and he quickly dismisses the feeling. Dad, I brought my friends. Midoriya-kun had a question for you. She says hesitantly. Izuku frowns briefly at her before he wipes all emotion from his face and faces the man, who eyes him curiously now. I have been messing around for a few years now and I made something. I ran all kinds of virtual simulations and those have proven my point, but I have no means of actually making it though. You are speaking very vaguely. Why weren't you able to make what you wanted at home? Is it that big? The man frowns at him. Well, I could have if I really wanted to, but I don't think the landlord would have appreciated the remodel of our apartment building. And Mom wouldn't let me. Izuku says with an arched eyebrow. What on earth are you trying to make? The man's eyes are huge. A new element. Izuku grins broadly. Speaking to Shield and convincing him to go along with Izuku's idea is honestly a lot harder than it should have been. It takes a whole day of pestering the man before Shield will even let Izuku show him what exactly he wants to create. It is frustrating and, in the end, it is only because Melissa speaks up for him that the man allows him back into his lab. Seriously, how much can anyone underestimate him? The man doesn't even seem interested. Just so skeptical he won't even allow for scientific curiosity. If Izuku didn't really want to try and make his mid-Irinium element to recreate his arc reactor, he would have walked away, affronted. It is insulting beyond belief. By the time the man decides he is willing to listen, and only listen, Izuku is just about done. He is very glad though that Shield asked Melissa not to come and to keep Mai away. Not that he doesn't like both girls, but, well, he is annoyed enough already without having to deal with Mai's over-enthusiasm. Alright. Shield sighs, as if Izuku is a misbehaving toddler. Show me what you have and then we'll see. Part of him, the very childish part, wants to turn around and leave. The more mature part of him wants to throw his element under the man's nose and gloat. Being who he is, he does exactly that. Tadashi, show him. With pleasure, Chief. Tadashi commandeers every screen in the room and shows off the molecular composition of what was once known as starcanium. And yes, just to be sure, he has the paperwork for his patent, this one and others ready to go. Shield's eyes grow wide as he realizes what he is seeing, and Izuku smirks. He can't help it. You came up with this. Izuku isn't sure what that sounds like. Amazement. Shock. A combination of both. Yes, a few years ago, actually. He can't stop himself from saying it with a grin. Technically, he isn't even lying. I ran every simulation on it I could think of, but I don't have the means, yet, to produce it. I thought, if anywhere, here might be a great place to try. If anyone will take me seriously, that is. Yet, the man asks weakly, not taking his eyes off the computer screen. Well, Mom would never forgive me for building the needed equipment out of scrap. I mean, I probably could, but I'd need to take down quite a few walls as well, and our landlord would not approve of that. So, he trails off. Well, I'd need to run some simulations of my own first, of course, but this is brilliant. I know. Izuku grins. People need to stop underestimating me. Why? Why would you want to create something like this? Why now? And how did you even think about making this? Shield asks. I have a project in mind and it needs a good battery to run on. Izuku shrugs. That has always been the reason behind the creation of this element. It is the most stable core for his arc reactors. Less explosive danger if anything became damaged. Palladium has a high explosion possibility, after all, not to mention it was toxic. You want to create a new element to turn it into a battery. Shield asks weakly, finally taking his eyes off the screen. Just as a part of the battery, yes. Izuku shrugs. I technically could use something else, but this is easier in the long run. Creating a new element is easier. Yep, so can we do this? Izuku asks eagerly. I don't need a lot of it. Just a bit, to start. The man stares at him. Look, I want a support license. I have tons of stuff ready, waiting for me to start making them, to help people. I have the completed blueprints, I have tons of ideas, and I have a realistic way of making everything. For now though, all I want is to make this element, so I can start creating my suit and prove to the world that smart or quirkless people can be heroes too. You. Wait, you want to be a quirkless hero? Like an underground hero? Shield asks him. Izuku sighs. Underground, as if. No, I want everyone to know what I can do. I want every child out there who is deemed worthless or not good enough to know that they matter and that they can become whatever they want if they put enough effort in. And you still want to make things. Invent stuff. Shield has a strange look in his eyes as he asks this. Well, I am not naive enough to think I can make it simply by being me. If I wanted to be a small-time, underground hero, sure, I could easily pull that off, but not if I want to help better this society. No, I will make my own gear, my own costume as they call it, and I will show everyone what I can do. Plus I can make some money at the same time because honestly, why is that phone you carry around still the size of a brick? Why am I seemingly the only one who thinks it might be a good idea to keep improving all the time? Izuku rants, a bit fed up. Show me. Shield says, ignoring most of what Izuku said. You say you have the blueprints already. Show me your costume. Izuku eyes him warily, but complies. Tadashi, go ahead. Shield stares at the plans on the screens with wide eyes, but very focused. This is still very basic. I plan on making more models, each with different specifics and such. Izuku eyes the man warily. You call this basic? This is. I have never seen anything like this. Shield breathes in awe, and Izuku finally allows himself to relax a bit. And this element you want to create. Where does that play into all this? The adult breathes. It's to help create the power source of my suit. Now come on, you can run whatever scans you want on it and let's get cracking. You already kept me waiting for long enough. Summer camp is almost over. You are something else, kid. I know, and he isn't bragging when he says that. It is the truth, after all. Even in this world with quirks, reincarnation is the stuff of fairy tales and religion. You are either a genius or batcrap crazy. Shield says. Well, it's not my fault people keep underestimating me. Izuku grins again. So you have said. Shield says weakly, but with a smile. Summer camp ends 2 days later. It feels strange to have to say goodbye to Mai and Melissa, but the girls promise rather ominously to keep in touch. And he will see Mai in UA, so he won't have to miss her long. And yes, he just might miss her, he probably will. Melissa pulls them both into a tight hug, and it is with a wide grin that Izuku waves goodbye to her as they check in for their flight away from the island. After all, this has turned out to be a very fruitful camp. Shield offered to sponsor his patent for Midiarinium, meaning that it is already being processed. Shield being his sponsor means that Izuku doesn't have to wait to claim his creation until school starts. Shield insisted wanting to see what else could be done with the new element, and Izuku hadn't wanted to wait either. So here he is, leaving. With a nice sizable piece of Midiarinium in his bag, plus all the needed paperwork. He sleeps mostly on the flight back, and on the bus thank Mai for waking him when necessary and dragging him further, and before he knows it, Mom is standing before him. Did you have fun, sweetie? She smiles at him with tears in her eyes. He smiles at her, tears gathering in his own eyes. DMN her genetics for making him a crybaby. He falls into her arms, suppresses the tears, and relaxes into her hug. I'm home. See you later, Midori. Mai screams from where she is standing with her own parents. Izuku doesn't let go of his mom, but he does raise a hand to wave at her. She laughs, loudly. Kitty is sulking when he gets home and he has to convince the kitten via treats to forgive him. As soon as his back is turned, Kitty does attack his bag and scratches it wildly. Izuku watches with wide eyes, glad it isn't him the kitten decided to take his anger out on. An hour or so later, Kitty is laying cuddled up in his arms, spinning away. On TV they show the latest hero intervention. Some giant shark guy had stolen a purse and Tree Man had called him what? The incarnation of evil. Izuku ends up snorting his water up through his nose from laughter. Seriously, is the guy new on the job? He's obviously never fought any real villains before. How dramatic are these people? Mom makes him katsudon, and Izuku relaxes. Summer camp was fun, but nothing beats home, and this is the first time in forever, in both lives, he can ever remember really coming home like this. It's nice. He might have to leave more often, just to feel like this when he comes back. Nothing beats coming home. The rest of the summer passes quickly. Shield-san calls him every day for at least a few hours, and because of that Izuku finally invested some time in making a basic hologram interface, just for their calls. This way he can see and hear the man while he simply keeps working. At first, they just talk shop, but the man also keeps him on his toes. In the middle of a conversation, he would bring up a hypothetical bad case scenario and ask Izuku how he would solve it. From quirks that cause damage to the user themselves, others, or even surroundings, to natural disasters and villain attacks. It is challenging and Izuku likes it a lot. Sometimes Melissa is there as well, but he usually keeps his talks to his two new friends separated. He has lots of fun discussing things, and going into debates with both girls and even Shield. It is a lot of fun, and very relaxing as well. Though it is weird their last name is Shield, not Mai's, the other two's. It takes him some getting used to. Shield does bring up a whole lot of memories though. Some bad, some good. Mostly of a one-eyed pirate-looking guy. Fury is quite memorable. Not so easily forgotten. It would be easier to call them by their first name, of course, but unless given permission, that is really not done in Japan, and the man never mentions it. So Izuku tries his best to forget about it. Which is strange. Tony wouldn't have cared. In fact, Tony would have made a point not to care. It just goes to prove he is not just Tony anymore. He is more than that. Though he does start saying David multiple times in their English-spoken conversations. Izuku had barely noticed they had changed language halfway through the conversation. He had been wrestling with an uncooperative piece and had only realized when their call had already ended. Izuku, what studies are you planning on? The man asks one day after having watched Izuku and his mom do their daily fight about showers. Here. Izuku looks up from his welder. An almost completed arc reactor sits before him. He has maybe another 10 minutes left of work on it before he can try and turn it on. Melissa said you plan on applying to UA. Which course will you go to? Support. I really want to get that license. After that, I'll try out for some other hero course, maybe via apprenticeships at an agency or something. He mutters, his mind still mostly focused on the reactor in his hand. You'll be bored out of your mind, Shield says, or you'll graduate after a week there. Izuku falters, makes a wrong move, and curses. He turns off his welder and shakes off his glove. His hand is alright, but there are burn marks on his glove. Are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? Shield asks him worried. Fine, fine. Mom isn't going to be happy though. I'll need new gloves. Izuku frowns at the glove, before moving his gaze to the hologram. What was that you were talking about? UA and the support course. You are obviously more advanced already. They won't be able to teach you much of anything. It would be a waste of time. The man says honestly. I need to though. I won't be able to get a license otherwise. About that. That isn't technically true. The man says, studying Izuku. It hasn't been done in years though. The support course is a lot less popular than other courses, but apprenticeships are also possible in our field. What? Izuku frowns at the man. Is this your way of saying you'll take me as your apprentice? Like, you'll officially sponsor me? Not just for that one time. Actually yes. I'll even do more than that. I plan to teach you. You know a lot already, but I am sure I can still teach you something, even if it is just how to sell and start marketing your services and inventions. Izuku snorts, before he realizes he has never actually done that before. Not really, that kind of paperwork had always been Pepper's responsibility. Tony had always just shown up when necessary. Here. You really are smart. The man smiles again. You are very gifted. And I won't need to do much to prepare you for any exams to get that support license. The man shrugs. Honest. He can appreciate that. I try to be. What do you say? If you agree, I did plan to speak to the principal about you. I wanted to recommend you for the hero course. You talk about wanting to be a hero often enough, and I think you could really be something. The plans you showed me are very promising, and somehow I believe you can do it. I don't know why, but something about you, kid, just gives me faith in that. What? You want to recommend me? Izuku asks, stunned. Oh, I definitely want to. I even started talks to make it happen, but turns out, sure, I can try to recommend you, but only heroes can recommend people. The only recommendation students UA takes on are hero course students, and seeing as I am no hero, they won't officially let me. The paperwork wouldn't pass. Izuku snorts. Another example of how hero-centric this society actually is. Are you telling me kids can only be recommended to the hero course? Not support, general or business course? Yes. Shield frowned very unhappily. I'd still like to take you on as an apprentice if you are willing though, and I do plan on talking to the principal to see if you can't combine support and hero course. It would be a waste not to let you use your brain to help people. Even if you don't succeed to become a limelight hero, even simply as a support hero, like Nezu himself, you could do a lot of good. You are making me blush. Izuku mutters, looking away, feeling uncomfortable. Shield eyes him with a thoughtful look. Demon kid, sometimes you change moods faster than my girl changes clothes. Hey! Izuku cries out indignantly. Would you like to come with me when I reach out to the school? Shield changes the subject again. Yes, I'd appreciate that. Izuku says. Good, I'll let you know when that will be. New plans flash through his mind faster than he could follow. How would it work though? I assume we continue talking and working like this through the internet. I can't be at UA and I Island at the same time. That island does travel around the world. That is what I had in mind. We'll see how accommodating UA will be though. May I take it you accept my offer? There is paperwork to fill out before I can get in touch with UA. Send it over. I'll take a look at it. I should probably discuss this with Mom too. He adds. I'll do that immediately. Can you try and give me an answer by the end of the week? Shield asks. That gives me enough time to arrange everything on my end. Sure, that should be fine. Izuku says. The papers have arrived, Chief. I'll take a look at them first. Tadashi suddenly says. Thanks, Shikuin. Izuku replies with a grin. I still can't believe you made him. Shield says softly, almost as if Izuku is not supposed to hear, or he didn't mean to say it out loud. Either way, it only makes Izuku's grin grow wider. It is nice to finally have someone around who realizes what a miracle Tadashi actually is. Most people are in awe, but they have no notion about what kind of technological marvel he really is. You done with that? I want to see you turn it on. Shield says, changing the subject. Izuku snorts again before correcting the man. You just want to see if it blows up in my face. That too. The man grins. I want to see if I'll even have an apprentice by tomorrow. I haven't signed anything yet. Shield only smiles and hums softly. But yeah, I am about done. Just need to add the midorinium and jumpstart the reactor. He replies. What are you waiting for then? Izuku grins. He really likes this man, and he honestly can't wait to keep on working with him. He makes the last preparations, inserts the new element in place, takes a deep breath, and slowly turns the bottom that supplies the startup power for the reactor. It shines green. Here. It had a blue glow in his last life. He looks at the screen, reading the diagnostics Tadashi is running right now. Everything seems to be the way it was supposed to be. Everything seems just fine, so no harm done. Congratulations. You actually did it. The man sounds breathless. You really doubted me. Izuku grins, and turns the bottom up completely. Something sparks and suddenly everything electric stops working. For a brief second, he can't see anything. Then the reactor glows brightly, sustaining its own energy. Izuku! What did you do? His mom yells from the kitchen. Oops! He can't stop grinning though, as he uncouples the reactor and holds it in his hand. It's just the building's electricity network being overworked. He just needs to turn the main SWCH back on. He has a working arc reactor now. He can finally start making his suit. Bit by bit. It's a small step forward, but he is moving at least. He'll get there. He looks the papers over with his mom, who takes them to a friend who is a lawyer just in case, she says, and they talk some more about it with Shield, but in the end, they sign the papers. They are only binding if a lot of conditions are met. Izuku needs to try and get as much as possible of his general study classes over and done with. Meaning he will need to try and graduate in courses like English, Japanese, math, and maybe history. There are exams people can take about twice a year and there are some coming up in December. The more classes he can get degree or certification for, the fewer classes he will need to follow for the next 3 years at UA, and the more time he can dedicate to other things. Taking them would be kind of a big waste of time, after all. Never mind that he already has some advanced degrees from his online classes after graduating from middle school early. It's a few days after he sends the paperwork back that Shield lets him know when they can have the meeting with the UA staff. When the fated day arrives, he stuffs some designs in his bag, waves at his mom on the way out of the house, and takes the train to UA. UA, the most prominent school in all of Japan. Not only known for its hero course. Every student who manages to graduate there has a very bright future ahead of them. The building itself looks like a big H. Like, what? Is there some symbolism he is missing? A big sturdy-looking wall is surrounding the grounds and Izuku is supposed to wait at the gate. A gate, which is open. It is very tempting to just walk in. He wonders why he has to wait here, out on the street, instead of inside. Maybe some security thing. But why on earth leave the gate open then? Isn't that like inviting people in? Isn't that the wrong message to send to people? He starts fidgeting. Waiting has never been his strong suit. Luckily someone comes out of the building soon enough. Izuku arches an eyebrow. Is that just someone on his way out? The man has long black hair and a big white scarf thing, is dressed in black, and carries a general vibe of tired and irritated, leave me the hell alone. Here. You Midoriya. The man grunts at him. Yep. Wasn't there supposed to be someone else as well? Shield-san can't be here in person. He is on Island at the moment, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. Izuku replies. The man sighs, slumps a bit more, then turns around and starts walking after making a vague motion in Izuku's direction. Alrighty. So, are you a teacher here? The man shoots him an unimpressed look. What else? Well, I don't know. It's why I asked. You could have been a homeless person who stashes his box here somewhere. Izuku shrugs, not at all bothered. Is he being rude? The man snorts. He can't have been too offended then. The man leads him through the hallways to an office, knocks and enters with him. Ah, Midoriya-kun, so nice to see you again. The strange animal-looking principal greets him. Isn't Shield-san with you? He can't make it. Not live anyway. Island left Japan last week, but if you allow me to call him, he will still be a part of this talk. The two UA people raise an eyebrow at him. Very well. Nezu agrees. Izuku takes his phone out of his pocket, places it on the table, and makes the call. As soon as it connects, the holoscreen activates and Shield's face is projected. Good morning. He greets them. Both teachers do a double take. Quite ingenious. Good morning, Shield-san. Good morning, Nezu-san. It is nice to finally meet in person. That it is. This is Aizawa Shouter, a homeroom teacher of the hero course here in our school. I invited him to sit in on our talk. Pleasantries are exchanged, then Shield-san starts explaining why they are actually here. The two teachers listen attentively. You want to take the classes of two courses at the same time. Aizawa grunts. I'd like to have both a support license and a hero license. Shield-san already is helping me get an early support license. It shouldn't take 3 years this way, but I'd still like access to the support labs here in school. Izuku explains. Midoriya-kun, while it is true that you are very smart, that does not mean you have what it takes to be a hero. Smarts are not enough to make it as a hero. Nezu says. Sure it does. You proved that. Flattery won't help you out here. Hero course students have to prove themselves before they are allowed into the course. True, via the all-out exam against giant robots, which is an exam that favors people with flashy quirks. Izuku nods with a frown. Would you be able to pass it though? With the current rule set of only allowing very specific support equipment. Nezu frowns at him. It is not my skills that are being questioned right now, and we do have a system in place for possible transfers into the hero course. True, again, but how often does that happen? I saw your statistics. The last transfer was over a decade ago. And by the time people do get transferred, they struggle to keep up with their classmates because they are months ahead. Izuku says. The homeless-looking man next to him hums, as if agreeing. Nezu keeps on frowning. Whether you see it or not, and whether you agree with it or not, we do things for a reason. I am not interested in making exceptions, but I am willing to give you a chance. You will need to prove you are worthy of it first though. Fine, what do I need to do? He sighs. I suggest you go for the support department. Students can be transferred into the hero course after exceptional performances during the sports festival. Nezu says. Yeah, but that is a full transfer. I want to do both the hero and support course. Graduate in both. Izuku feels like he is repeating himself. I am afraid that has never been done before at UA. The talking animal says. There is a first time for everything. Shield interjects. Keep in mind that he has my backing in this, and that I can teach him what he misses in support classes in our time. Should that be an issue? The number of classes you would have to take. Please, I have several advanced degrees. I doubt I need first-year grade English or math at this point. Izuku waves the concerns away. Also, I was already planning on taking some government exams in December, so you are actually just asking me to do things I had already planned on doing. Nezu frowns at him. I do like your enthusiasm and confidence in yourself. Still, this would be something new for our school. I will need some time to set this up, and some assurances for you. Meaning? Well, I suggest the following scenario. You start out in the support course and we give you what you want if you manage to convince the other teachers of the school you deserve to be in the hero course at the sports festival. If you manage that, and you can prove to me you don't need the standard general education classes, like math and English as you say, then I don't see why we can't put such a system into place. You will need to keep up all your grades though. You will be our first student in such a schooling system. Depending on how well you do, we might give other students the same opportunities later on. Sure, that shouldn't be too hard. Izuku says. As he had said before, he is already planning on it. We had talked about Midoriya-kun getting some degrees in certain classes before the year started, to help create some free time in his schedule. Shield says. Is there a reason you can't immediately try out for the hero course? If Shield has already taken you on to become his apprentice, I don't see why you need to be part of the support course. Simple access to the labs can be arranged after all. Aizawa suddenly says. I am quirkless and, since the exam doesn't allow for support items except for quirk-enhanced ones, fighting story-high robots will be very difficult. Izuku says, eyeing the only one who clearly hadn't known he doesn't have any special powers. Here. And you still think you can become a hero? The man eyes him, his face blank. I already have plans to create my own gear. I know I can do this. I will become the first quirkless hero ever. I am smart enough to do this. The man sighs. Fine, Nezu. I agree with your plan. Kid, should you manage to convince me and the other teachers you belong in the hero course, I will give you a place in my class. You better impress us though. We have high standards here. Prove to me you belong. Izuku grins. Oh, I will. The months that followed are hectic. He does some extra studying in hopes of reducing the number of classes he has to take. He takes exams in December and passes English, math, history, and his basic science classes. Mom invites Mai and her parents over for a small party around Christmas and they have a lot of fun together, though he does spend a lot of that day making sure Mai doesn't destroy their apartment by accident. The girl is surprisingly fond of explosions. And now here he is. At UA, finally. The entrance exams. The famous test that was supposedly so hard, barely 200 students get admitted every year. 200 of the thousands and thousands that apply every year. Only the best get in. So Izuku had been studying hard, just in case. He knows he is gifted, and not just because Tony Stark had been a genius. He actually managed to get a certification for multiple classes already. They had been included in his paperwork, so the school should already know about it. What is he saying? Of course they already know. They have had that talk a while ago. It had been a condition he had wanted to fulfill as soon as possible. He has waited so long to get here. Years, it feels like. No, it really has been years. Now, finally, he gets to try and get into the school. He is just so unlucky because the moment he steps inside someone is yelling at him. Deku! Come on! Really? Why is he this unlucky? Deku! Where the hell have you been? He had hoped for a nice and peaceful day of exam taking. Dealing with Bakugo is not part of that equation. Not in any world. Izuku had hoped that after years of barely seeing each other, the kid would simply ignore him now. No such luck. If Bakugo's volume is anything to go by, that might just have made things worse. Great. He sighs, but doesn't turn around. Don't you ignore me, Deku. That is not my name. Izuku grumbles. A fist grabs his shirt and spins him around. Bakugo's face is very close to his. The blonde is snarling and glaring. Like always. What are you doing here, Deku? Oh, come on, Kachin. There is no need to yell. Stop calling me that. That is not my name. Nor is Deku my name, but that doesn't stop you. I will stop calling you that the moment you stop as well. So this is entirely on you. Izuku shrugs, as well as he can in this situation. Besides, what do you think I am doing here? Bakugo's hands spark with little explosions. Izuku narrows his eyes. Great, the blonde ruined another shirt. He really should start sending his parents a bill. Hey, please stop bullying other applicants. A boyish voice interrupts them, and someone actually breaks Bakugo's grip on him. Izuku blinks in shock. Anyone wanting to enter UA should show exemplary behaviors. Bullying or whatever this is has no place in this prestigious school. Che! Bakugo scowls, but turns around with his hands in his pockets and walks away. Are you all right? The new boy asks. Izuku eyes him as he dusts himself off. The teen is broader than him, with dark hair. He is way taller than Izuku, which is a pain. My hero. Thank you for interfering, but I would have been fine. He hasn't really used his quirk on me in years. Izuku says with a small teasing smile. The boy's glasses glint, hiding his eyes. He's used his quirk on you. I am fine. Izuku says again. Thanks, he likes to pick on me because I am quirkless. We should go though. The written test will start soon. Of course. We should get going. The teen agrees. Man, this kid is hilarious. The robotic motions with his arms alone are. He seems a bit tense and uptight though. Well, Izuku is sure he can teach this guy to relax a bit and calm down. He wouldn't be the first rule follower he had helped like this. Pepper sure had calmed down, and so had Rhodey. Or at least, they had become more tolerant of Tony after a while. Meh, technicalities. Only Rogers had been unmoving, but they hadn't really been friends. Not in any way that counted. Still, this kid has helped him out with Bakugo even if Izuku had been just fine. They walk towards the exam hall together. Are you trying out for the hero course too? Eventually. I mean, I am here to get into the support course. But yeah, being a hero is the long-term goal. The boy blinks at him, then a smile appears. It is good to pursue your dreams. I hope you'll get in. Either this kid has the faith of a 4-year-old in humanity or he hasn't heard what Izuku just said. Nevertheless, it is nice to hear. They end up walking the remaining 100 meters to the exam room together. The boy Izuku tries to recall if he introduced himself or not. Nods at him with another odd arm movement before looking for his seat. It is nice. The test itself begins almost as soon as they get into their designated area. Izuku sits down and starts reading. What? Is this for real? Why did he spend years studying for this test? This is way too easy. He's actually been tempted to get back up and ask the teacher supervising them if they have given him the right test. That easy. In the end, he settles for filling it out as quickly as possible, handing it in, and leaving the room to tinker on his phone in the hallway. Either he has underestimated the school, or he has overestimated what level his year mates are on. Neither is a good or happy thought. He gets his UA letter a few days later in the mail. His mom has to come into his lab and wave it under his nose before he realizes she is there. The easiest solution to combat any nerves he has found while waiting for his letter from UA, in this case, is keeping extra busy. So, he has been making some more of his smartphones to give away. One for mom, one for Mai, and he sends the blueprints to S.H.I.E.L.D. for him and Melissa after the patent paper got filled out, of course. He doesn't trust the man that much. Not yet, anyway. Here. He says as he sees his mom next to him. Honestly, honey, you need to learn to pay at least a bit of attention to what is going on around you. She sighs with a grimace. Your UA letter came. Oh, right. He takes the envelope with shaky hands. Why is he nervous? He knows he got in. He can't have failed. The test had been way too easy. And the support department has no extra practical exam, unlike the hero course. He would have aced the practical exam as well if it had existed. The written exam had been too easy. And it still doesn't sit well with him. What if he has missed something? Some sort of ruse or something? A prestigious school like UA can't have an entrance that easy, right? He shakes the negative thoughts from his head. Now is not the time. I'll leave you to read it in peace. Just, let me know, alright? Mom asks, looking just as nervous as he feels. Of course. He mutters, focusing completely on the letter. She pats his shoulder before leaving him alone. Izuku takes a deep breath, trying to settle himself, before prying open the paper envelope. No reason to wait any longer. He'll only get more nervous and anxious. There is a small red disc inside, not a letter. He takes it out and it projects a hologram. Young Midoriya. He startles at the loud noise, badly, dropping the disc in his shock. It falls onto his desk. All Might. What is the number one hero doing in his video? Why is he involved at UA? The hero is projected as a hologram display, but not quite like his, but rather like a portable movie screen. 2D only. So he picks it back up and points it at the wall. That is better, he can see it more clearly now against the wall. He frowns at the hero as All Might continues talking. Izuku still isn't sure what to think of the man. He had adored him, once. Before waking up to the nightmares that are his past life. But even now, he can't shake the hero's resemblance to Rogers. Captain America. Both are blonde, buff as hell, and even their superpowers resembled each other. Both are adored and very justice-driven. It is very difficult not to let his feelings for Captain America spoil his image of All Might. He can't seem to help it. Because while he is doing better, it is hard to forget how someone you considered a friend tries to as good as murder you. No matter the reason he may have had for that. So seeing the hero pop up here is jarring, to say the least. And what is All Might even doing here? Izuku can't remember him ever being connected to the school. At least not beyond having graduated from it. The man can't be a teacher, right? That actually requires degrees and studies and such, even in this world. He barely listens while the man prattles on, trying to make sense of his thoughts. This is the start of your support academia. Honestly, does the number one hero have to be this loud? Well, at least he got in. Congrats, Chief. Tadashi says with a happy tilt in his voice. He scoffs, the nerves completely dying away. As if there was ever any doubt. It's easier to think that now that he knows for sure. Of course, I got in, he mutters mostly to himself. Thanks, buddy. Can you download my results from this drive so I can look them over later? He really doesn't feel like watching that video again if he doesn't have to. Shall I call you friends and mentor? Tadashi asks. Sure, just give me a sec to inform Mom as well. I'll set up the call while you are away. Tadashi decides, and Izuku can't help but smile at his proactive behavior. I'll be right back. He says to the AI as he gets up, feeling the leftover nerves becoming nervous energy and having the strange longing to move around a bit. He walks towards the kitchen where his mom is sure to be found. And indeed, she is beating some eggs together in a hurry that shows him he clearly didn't inherit his nervous tendencies from a stranger. He smiles softly as she looks up, fear for him. He still can't get used to that clear in her eyes. I got in. She screeches and Izuku startles at the sudden sound. But she is laughing happily as well, and she rushes towards him to hug him. All Izuku can do is grab the bowl with the mixed eggs and hope they don't somehow end up wearing the mixture. He barely manages to get a grip on the bowl, but he can't help but laugh out loud. Both at her antics and because of the relief he feels. Oh, I knew it. My smart boy. Of course, you got in. Oh, I am so happy for you. She squeezes him tight, before releasing him and kissing his cheek. I'll make your favorite for dinner tonight, to celebrate. Have you told Shield-san yet? And your friends? Not yet. He continues smiling. Tadashi is calling them so I can tell them after this, but I wanted to tell you first. The look in her eyes softens and her smile grows watery. Oh, my precious boy. Go on then, go tell them. They'll be waiting for you. Thank you, Mom. For everything. He can't help but say as he smiles at her. Tony has never been good with expressing emotions, and while Izuku is better at it, it still isn't easy. Still, He makes the extra effort for his mom. It is thanks to her he got this far after all. Her smile widens. Of course, dear, you don't need to thank me for that. Now go and see your friends. Tell them the good news. You are starting at UA High School in less than a week. She throws her arms in the air with a big smile, and it is very lucky Izuku keeps a strong grip on her bowl with the eggs. He flashes her a smile and holds out the bowl. Oh dear, I completely forgot about the eggs. Thank you, you just saved our dinner. She flushes but takes the bowl out of his hands with a smile. No problem. I'll be back shortly. Izuku can't help but smile at her antics. He leaves her for dinner preparations in the kitchen and makes his way back to his lab. Mai is already calling for him, he can hear her from in the hallway. Midori-kun. Where are you? All right, I am here already, calm down. He says with a laugh as he comes into the room. Tadashi has the call set up already and the holograms are fully functioning. On one side is Mai, bouncing up and down in whatever chair she chose for today. It might even be a box of something, or one of her inventions, who knows. On the other side are Shield-san and Melissa, who is following everything by looking over her father's shoulder. He is very proud of his hologram system and the communication possibilities it has. The holograms project their faces and part of their shoulders. It isn't quite how he wants it yet, still 2D, but it is life and it lets Mai see the shields and vice versa. He hopes to be able to make the communication center he actually wants to make later at UA when he has access to all the right parts. Midori. I got in. We got in. Mai cheers when she sees him appear on her own comm center. Because of course he immediately sent them copies of the blueprints. It won't work if he alone has the tech, of course. They need to have the same tech to make this work. Shield-san had been impressed and had immediately thanked him and completed the paperwork Izuku had sent with it. The comm center has been up and running ever since. It's easy. And it comes in handy when he wants to talk to someone, brainstorm a bit, and still keep tinkering. Congrats you two. I knew you'd get in with no trouble. Melissa congratulates both Izuku and Mai. And of course, Mai got in as well. Like there has ever been any doubt. Are you two ready for classes? It's only a few days away. Shield-san asks. Izuku points at the papers he has pinned to the wall behind him. All certificates are ready to go. I can't wait to check out their labs though. My mom said UA has the best labs. Mai yells into her comms. Izuku winces at the volume but shoots her a smile. I hope so. I will be really disappointed if they are not. Don't get your hopes up too much. Disappointment is always an option. Better to anticipate it and with luck, you will be positively surprised afterwards, Shield-san says. And if it doesn't live up to what you hope, he trails off with a grimace. If not, then I'll spend my first week there building better equipment. Izuku grins wryly. This is going to be awesome. He barely gets any sleep the night before his first day at UA. He keeps busy though. He goes over all his blueprints, again, plays with Kitty, bugs Tadashi till the AI gets annoyed at him, and that sort of stuff. Feeling nervous and scared is really exhausting and he is done with it. If only that was enough to stop feeling like this. No matter, he keeps busy, and before he knows it Mom is calling for him to come eat breakfast. He hurries and shoves a piece of toast in his mouth as he jumps into his new uniform, running a hand through his messy hair, and rushes out the door. See you tonight. He calls back to his mom. Be careful dear, and have fun. He makes his way to the school by bullet train. It is the quickest way to get there, but also the most boring one except for walking, maybe. How he misses flying in his Iron Man suits. Soon, hopefully. For now, he just needs to stand in the train sit if he is lucky and keep himself occupied. It is hard not to let his thoughts wander and start feeling nervous again. He pulls out his earbuds and puts them on. Tadashi, put on some music, will you? He mutters softly to his phone, trying not to draw too much attention. Bakugo is sitting at the other end of the wagon, and he really doesn't feel like dealing with him today. Of course, Chief, anything for you. His baby replies in his ear pods. Izuku closes his eyes and leans back a bit, fully prepared to lose himself in the music. But as soon as the first notes ring in his ears, he blinks and frowns. What the? Tadashi, what are you doing? What is this? I believe this song is called Pon Pon Pon, Chief. I thought you might enjoy it. This is definitely not his playlist though. Not any of his playlists. This is like nothing he's ever chosen to listen to. It's way too cute for his taste. You are being a little. You have multiple playlists ready for me. Why play something I have never heard and that you know I won't like? He asks, not understanding what is going on. Oh, Chief, I am so sorry. Is this bothering you? The AI asks innocently, but with an undertone of sass to his voice. Izuku narrows his eyes at the tone. Is this revenge for last night? Tadashi had been annoyed that Izuku had ignored his advice of going to sleep practically all night long. Well, you really do live up to the genius title. Well done, Chief. A+ for you. There's that sass again. Ooh, you are getting sassier every day. You are lucky I like that. Izuku smiles despite himself. But seriously, are you trying to make me lose it? This is not my type of music. At all. Sure, you are attracting attention, Chief. People will think you are crazy, talking to yourself. Tadashi whispers to him to prove a point. And indeed people are starting to stare at him. Dramatically, Izuku clutches at his chest, as if in pain. The betrayal. He mocks and whispers in tears. Tadashi actually snorts. You wound me, Chief. Also, this is your stop. You should try and pay more attention, you know. Izuku pouts but actually hurries off the train before it can take off again. You are so mean to me. Now, sir, I'm sure you'll survive. He pouts the entire rest of the way to the school. It's not very far anymore, but UA is built on the outskirts of town. The school itself is a somewhat modern-looking building. And he is being generous there. It looks modern by this world's standards. It looks mostly made up of windows and is shaped weirdly. Like 4 towers connected by a small corridor halfway up. He can vaguely see the symbolic U and A in them, but even seeing it for the first time hadn't impressed him. Now, it impresses him even less. Mai is supposed to be waiting here for him as her train is scheduled to arrive before he does by a good 15 minutes, but there is no one waiting at the entrance. He checks his phone and finds no new messages waiting for him. Shrugging, he walks inside. She probably forgot and went on ahead. He enters and goes looking for his homeroom class. Which, according to his instructions, should be on ground level. Always smart. Putting labs for what most people would assume were beginners on the higher floors is just waiting for someone to bring it back down with a good explosion or two. He finds his designated classroom easily enough and enters. One look around tells him everything he needs to know. His shoulders slump and he sighs deeply. Really? UA's workshops are disappointing. He knows he shouldn't have expected too much. His personal workshop lab in his last life had not been the norm either. Still, this place reminds him of his very first tech classes. Simple desks and a bit of equipment and resources by the side. There are no bots here. No fabrication process. Everything is literally handmade here. Now, don't get him wrong, he knows this isn't a factory, but it's been since Mark II that he has had to build his Iron Man suit from scratch by himself. And no, those repairs on his suit after his house got blown up didn't count. That suit might have been ruined, but he hadn't needed to wire it completely from scratch. Still, this won't do. Only after noticing all that does he see that people are already inside the room. There is a man at the front of the workspace. He is literally encased in what looks like a giant robot. He already looks close to done for the day. Mai is already inside. She is surrounded by materials on the desk she is standing by, a wide grin on her face. She has clearly already started tinkering and, are those scorch marks on the desk? How long has she been in here? Mai, are you blowing up our classroom before the school year officially starts? Izuku asks, amused. You were supposed to meet me in front of the school, remember? Midori. You are finally here. Come see what I made. She completely ignores what he said. Come see what you blew up, you mean? He arches an eyebrow, but obediently comes closer. Midoriya Izuku, right? Their sensei suddenly asks. Yes, sir. Izuku nods politely, but with a mock salute he really can't stop. You seem to know this one. Can you get her to calm down? She's going to destroy the lab on her first day. The man asks him with a strained voice. Izuku snorts. If their teacher can't handle Mai after only this long, he is scheduled for a complete breakdown in less than a week. Or maybe a month. At most. Mai snorts as well, having heard the man. He is actually worse than me. She says and points at Izuku. Hey, I haven't blown anything up in years, thank you very much. Izuku cries out indignantly, before winking at her with a grin. Their sensei actually holds his head in his hands in misery. Poor man. Just wait to cause more chaos till later. We have some stuff to talk about first, and there is orientation in a bit. The man sighed. Yeah, this man isn't going to last. Come on, Mai. Put down the screwdriver for a second. Izuku grabs her arm and drags her to another empty desk. They sit down together. Thank you. Now, this is your homeroom. Class 1F. As you've noticed, it's not a homeroom like you're used to having. That is because you'll spend a big portion of your day in here, getting lessons and creating things. Their teacher says. Wait, sensei is starting with just them here. Shouldn't he wait until the other students arrive as well? May we work on personal projects here as well? Mai asks eagerly from her space a table over, having already claimed the desk. Sure. Their teacher smiles at her. All materials you find in our supply are yours to use. All we ask is that you register for it. I'll be showing you how to do that later on today. That is sensible, Izuku thinks. And a good way to keep track of what stocks need to be replenished. And also a way to keep an eye on which student uses what. My name is Myheroacademia Higari, also known as the excavation hero, Power Loader. I will be your homeroom teacher for this year. As you can see, support classes are different from the other classes at UA. Sadly. Over the years, fewer and fewer students apply, and now we don't actually have enough students to have full classes. Wait, so it really is just the two of us? Izuku asks shocked, his finger pointing between himself and Mai multiple times. Sure, the support course isn't popular, but this is just. Yes, meaning you will take all your normal classes like English and Maths and others with a Gen Ed class. Well, Hatsune will. Midoriya, your schedule will be even more different. We'll go over it later on. Izuku nods. There is an assembly in half an hour. Everyone is supposed to be there. In the meantime, why don't you two come up with some plans to personalize this space? This will be your workspace to work on all support-related projects for as long as you are part of my class. So even next year, this class will be yours. Their sensei informs them. Both Izuku and Mai exchange a delighted grin. Power Loader watches them with narrowed eyes. Keep in mind that I will need to approve of all plans before anything is allowed to be moved. Yeah. Like that will stop them. Also, Midoriya, I hear you have a sponsor. And that you will spend most of your free PRDS learning from him. Something like that, yes. Izuku grins. You will use this class for those lessons, so be sure to include space for that. Yes, sir. He salutes the man again. He already has plans for this space. He talks them over with Mai, who is equally as enthusiastic. They don't seem to agree though. Mai wants other stuff installed, no matter how cool she claims his ideas are. They argue, no, you can't put the solder over there. Are you crazy? Needless to say, they argue a lot. But it is fun. Despite his maturity compared to her anyway, Izuku has been egging her on more and more. They do this all the time, trying to outdo each other till the other explodes. It's all in good fun, honestly, and both are grinning brightly until their sensei interrupts them. Each of you just pick one side of the room and leave the other be. They smile with closed eyes, a smile of innocence. Sure. The man sighs and rubs his hand through his hair. Izuku feels pity for the man. This is only two of them. How can this guy even think to gain control over a whole class of them? What if there were 20 students like this? Maybe it is better that there are no other students in 1F. Alright, have some plans made by tomorrow. We need to go, and after the assembly, you'll get to go home. The man sighs as if he can't believe he has to see them again tomorrow. Part of Izuku feels really bad for this man, but the biggest part of him is delighted. time for the assembly. Which, as he has feared it would be, is boring and monotonous, and he can't wait for it to be over. Nezu keeps on talking, very enthusiastically, but Izuku really can't be bothered to pay any attention. Mai is fidgeting next to him and muttering to herself with stars in her eyes, and Izuku has to try really hard not to join in. The only unusual thing about it is that one class is clearly missing. The empty chairs are a clear indicator that something is going on, and Izuku entertains himself by thinking about what they can be doing. The assembly doesn't take too long and they get to leave immediately afterward. He waves as he goes his separate way from Mai and feels giddy thinking about tomorrow. Again, 𝐿𝐿oda is waiting with Mai when he makes it to his homeroom the next day, and the man looks less tired than yesterday. That is good. And worrying. What had Mai done to him yesterday? Their sensei immediately starts talking as soon as Izuku steps inside. Good, Midoriya, you are here. Sit down and I'll start. I didn't think I was late. Izuku can't help but ask. You aren't. But I have some explaining to do before you two head to your first class. 𝐿𝐿oda hands them each a light file. These have your class schedules and your access badge to this room and the support supply room. Since there are only 2 of you, you will take your morning classes with 1C. Midoriya, you obviously have more free time, but you will spend those hours in this room, working either with your sponsor or on schoolwork. Izuku salutes the man and his teacher snorts. The man seems to handle the 2 of them better today. Maybe there is hope for him after all. Izuku opens the file and smiles. Classes before lunch are more general education stuff like Japanese, English, history, math. Stuff like that. And he already had degrees for English and math and all the science classes they can come up with. Hell, he even managed to squeeze in a biology degree in the last few months. Nothing college level, yet, but enough not to have to take the high school classes at least. Biology isn't a class that comes naturally to him, but he had spent quite a few years delving into the subject as Tony Stark. After the whole extremist business that Aldrich Killian had injected into Pepper's body, the 𝐤𝐸, Tony had brushed up on it over his past life. Anyway, he has about 1 or 2 real classes every day. The rest are support classes or free PRDS. Good. You will need your badge to open and lock this room when I am not present. The man continues, mostly looking at Izuku, probably because Izuku would spend quite a few hours here alone. Always lock the lab when you are last to leave. I do not want any students wandering in here who do not know what they are dealing with and possibly hurting themselves. Both Izuku and Mai nod at him, and with his own satisfied nod, the man continues on. Afternoon classes will be in here as well, with me. Mai squeals. Loudly. Yes, yes, I get it. You are very excited. 𝐿𝐿oda sighs. 𝐿𝐿oda goes with them so that they don't get lost on the way to 1C. He leaves them there and their Japanese teacher introduces them to the other students, who stare at them with curious eyes. There isn't a real meet and greet. Those students already met their classmates yesterday, for the most part, for which Izuku is grateful. And about halfway through the morning he leaves the class, waving to Mai on his way out and back to his homeroom for his free time. So he spends most of the morning of his first day building his lab space in his and Mai's homeroom class. His comm center is up and running even before lunchtime, as are his holographic screens. And of course, Tadashi runs through all his machines, and thus most of the classroom. He hasn't connected him with the school just yet. He figured he needed to talk to his sensei, or Nezu at least. The creature knows what he and Tadashi can do, so best not to send the whole school into a panic and make the person in charge of his transfer to the hero course zest off. It is a shame though. He would have liked to see their faces. He is busy making his first helper bot when the bell for lunch rings. At first, he completely ignores it, busy with his future bot arm. Not that he is being dismissive or anything, but he gets so focused on his work that he is simply not paying any attention. Chief, you agreed to meet Mai for lunch. Tadashi speaks up above the loud music that is blasting through the classroom. Sue him, he's been in there alone for 2 hours. He ignores his baby and Mai is such a bad influence on him, and tightens the screw he's been bolting shut. Chief. Sure, give me a second to secure this, he mutters distracted. Because sure, the materials UA has available are more sophisticated than what he worked with from the beach that was actually a junkyard. Though it still wasn't up to the standards he had once been used to. He finishes a few minutes later and watches his work with sadness. Why do humans need food anyway? I believe, to not die is the answer to that question, Chief. You really should get going. Was he thinking out loud again? Fine, fine. He grabs his phone and locks the room behind him with his badge. And tries to find his way to the lunchroom. When he finally finds the room, Mai is already waiting for him. She is standing by the entrance, humming and smiling and twitching in place as if restraining too much energy. Yo, Midori. Let's get some food, so we can get started and make babies. She yells as she sees him and waves at him. Izuku laughs, even if he turns slightly red at how wrong that sounds. People stop to stare at them. He speeds up his pace and grabs Mai by the arm to stand in line to get some food. There is a hero cooking lunch for them. The cook hero, lunch rush. Which brings a whole lot of new questions to Izuku's mind. Lunch rush is a hero. He knows that. But does the man ever go out to actually be a hero? Does he do any rescuing or fight villains? He'll need to research it later, but he can't recall ever hearing mention of him on the news. Sure, the man came on TV with his daily cooking show, but other than that. He has a hero license though. Otherwise him serving anyone quirk-made food is a big no-no. So has the man gotten his license just to do this? Cook all day? That seems like a waste of a hero license. And how had the hero actually passed in the first place? Mai tugs at his arm. Come on, let's go. Izuku grabs his now full plate and shakes his head free of thoughts. They're late, so they need to search a bit to find a place to sit. Izuku grins suddenly, having spotted someone. Let's go sit over there. He motions over to the table where he recognizes the robot-like guy from right before the entrance exams. Why over there? You know him? Mai asks with a frown. Met him before the exams. He did this weird thing with his arms that was kind of funny. Izuku shrugs. All right. He seems sort of lonely all by himself. And indeed he did. There were other people sitting at his table, but they weren't really talking to him. Let's go say hi. Izuku takes a deep breath and together they walk towards the table. They reach the guy's table and sit down. The boy before them looks up, his glasses glinting in the light, a puzzled look on his face. It is only then that Izuku realizes most people ask for permission before they sit down. Oh well. Too late now. Hi. Izuku greets him with a smile. You are that boy from the entrance exam. The guy says to him. Nicely spotted, and you are my knight in shining armor. Izuku winks playfully. Knight in shining armor. Mai asks, eyeing them both with a sly look in her eyes. Never mind that. Izuku waves the topic away. I can't for the life of me remember if you ever told me your name, he admits easily. I have no idea either. My name is Ida Tenya. It's nice to meet you. The kid looks unsure for a second, before offering his hand. Midoriya Izuku. They shake on it. Hatsu Mai. So, how are hero classes? Izuku asks, actually curious to hear the answer. I assumed you got in, right? The hero course. Or are you in general education? He rambles a bit. No, I did indeed get into UA's hero course. My family was very pleased. Ida says with a smile on his face. So, how are hero classes? Izuku asks again. He wants to know what he can expect after the sport festival. We only have our first heroics class this afternoon, but I trust UA to hold to the highest standards. Ida says. We already had a quirk test, to know our limits, and Aizawa-sensei proved to be quite cunning. He only accepts our best. The arms are going up and down again, and Izuku has to hide a smile. So, why are you sitting alone? Mai asks as she takes a bite of her food. I fear that may be my own fault, really. I called out one of my classmates as a bully on the first day, and people have been avoiding me a bit since. It is fine though. I know I did the right thing. That is 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Izuku frowns at him. Did something happen? Nothing much. The guy refuses to look at him. Izuku looks around and studies the other tables. It doesn't take him long to see Bakugo sitting at a table, ignoring the ruckus going on around him. Because he is surrounded by kids and not speaking up about it. Which is surprising in and on itself. Bakugo, right. You called him out on his CRP. And no one believed you. Izuku guesses with a dry tone and a grimace. Ida mirrors his expression. Bakugo. Midori, didn't you mention him once? Mai tilts her head in thought. Not sure, I try not to think about him. Izuku honestly isn't sure. He shrugs, not really caring either way. Yeah, the loud and biting chihuahua, I think you called him. Izuku snorts and even Ida can't fight a small smile. If I called him anything, it would have been a Pomeranian, I believe. But close. Izuku turns back towards Ida. He really does bite though, so be careful. He was yelling at a classmate, and after seeing what he tried to do to you last time I saw you both, I just could not stand aside. I called him out on his behavior, but it backfired quite spectacularly. Izuku pats the guy's arm. They'll get to know him quick enough. Bakugo is not known for his patience, nor his gentle demeanor. You shouldn't pay it any mind. Yeah, and you can always sit with us at lunch. Mai grins. Ida smiles back at her and nods his head in thanks. They talk some more during lunch, and it is nice. Ida still has that weird habit Izuku had noticed the first time they met, the chopping motion with his arms. It is kind of funny, but the guy is feeling down so Izuku tries very hard not to laugh at him. After lunch, they have their first real support lesson. Both Izuku and Mai are excited for it. They have both submitted plans for their workstations and are eager to get tinkering. Yesterday had been the first day, and they hadn't been expected or allowed to do any real work. Today is the real start. 𝐿oader enters the lab with both machine arms full of files. Izuku groans. There goes that hope they will get any real work done. Paperwork, such a joy. They are going to be reading all afternoon if that pile is any indication. Mai's head hits her desk with a miserable groan. Clearly, she understands their fate as well. At least he isn't the only one disappointed here. That is something, at least. Sensei drops the files on his desk and watches them both. So every year, hero course students who want to make changes to their costume, or who longing some support equipment, come to their year mates in the support course first before going to see any professionals. That has always been UA's policy, for the benefit of both hero and support course. Minor changes to costumes and non-lethal support equipment don't require much paperwork, and so we get carte blanche about that. Sensei tells them as he pats the 2 piles of paper files. This year, there are only 2 support course students, as you well know. Well, yeah. Mai pouts, lifting her head from where it had slammed in her desk. We noticed. Izuku scratches his nose, not sure how to react. He keeps eyeing the paper files with a vague sense of trepidation. He is never happy to see such a mountain of paperwork approaching him. So, expect a lot of hero students to come here in the coming months. To make it easier, I will hand you their files already. These have details on their quirk, their costume, stuff like that. Read these, have them on hand. You'll need them to perform upgrades later on. Sensei hands them each a pile of files. There are a lot of them. There are only 2 support students this year, and there are 2 complete hero classes. So Izuku supposes they get 1 class each. Or, in case they don't split it up, 40 potential customers between the 2 of them. Yeah, he sees as he looks through the files. That is the whole of class 1A. He thinks. You have 1B. He asks Mai. She nods with a hum, not looking up from her pile of paper she is reading through. Do you want to split them up? You a class and I 1. Or do both together? She looks up, a thoughtful look on her face. Maybe start with 1 class each. I mean, of course we can help each other out, and we will have access to both classes. Students should be free to go to whichever of us they feel most comfortable with. But, yeah, 1 class each is a good place to start. Sure, we can always put our heads together once we have gone through everything. He agrees, because Mai is being very logical about it all. It doesn't make sense to just put them aside for later. If a hero student comes he wants to be ahead of the problem. Also, maybe he can come up with some ideas just by looking their files over. He had once invented new weapons and costume fabric for his fellow Avengers without asking their input. They had all appreciated it though. Well, they had all used his inventions or improvements, so he had always assumed they had liked them. He likes it, alright. No matter how ungrateful people can be about it. Never mind, he continues browsing. Ooh, this girl looks interesting. Yoirozu Momo. Quirk, creation. She make anything out of her body fat. As long as she knows the chemical components of whatever she makes. DMN. That is a very handy quirk to have. He is happy as he is, quirkless, but he can admit to himself he wouldn't have minded a quirk like that. That quirk. He can already see the possibilities flash before his eyes. All the expensive marshals he had worked with in his last life, which were too expensive for him to buy right now. He'll need to speak to her at some point. See if they can't work out some sort of agreement. If she can provide him with some materials that will make his life a lot easier. And of course he won't just expect to get that for free. He can't pay for it yet, but he is sure they can work something out. Trying to contain his enthusiasm, all the possibilities though. He continues on through his pile. Most of them are what you can expect from students of Hero. Flashy, but not inefficient. Maybe not his choice, but he can leave it be. Ida dressing up as some sort of speedster knight. Much too bulky and non-tech for his taste, but he can't see any obvious flaws with it. Though he will speak to his friend about making it sleeker, maybe. More aerodynamic, build for speed and not power. Unless it was some sort of ruse. Thoughts for later. He holds a file that is shocking beyond belief. This can't be possible, right? No one would be this stupid, right? How did this ever get cleared? What? He reads the file again. His shock and disbelief rising. He must be dreaming, this is a nightmare. Sensei, your files are faulty. He calls out in distress. No, they are not. Powerloader yells back, not. Even looking up from his own work at his desk. Seriously? He exclaims in genuine shock. There is seriously a girl going out into the field to fight villains completely naked. What? Mai cries out, just as shocked. Their sensei turns around now, a grimace on his face. Yeah, I saw that too. Hagakure Toru, the invisible girl. She didn't even submit a costume design. Just wanted some gloves and shoes. How could anyone approve that? That is so life-threatening, why? Who could possibly think this is a good idea? Izuku yells out, stunned anyone can be that stupid. She is invisible, and she specializes in stealth. Unfortunately, her clothes don't also turn invisible the moment she puts them on. That is why this was approved. Then just make some clothes that change with her. Izuku yells out in anger. Material like that doesn't exist. Powerloader says wryly, with a raised eyebrow. Is he underestimating Izuku, or laying down a challenge? Either way, Izuku feels challenged. Nothing. Isn't there some fabrics that allow for DNA infusion? To allow clothes to work with certain quirks? Mai asks. Yes, but none that work with invisibility. Sensei admits with a sigh. Maybe not yet. Izuku mutters to himself as he narrows his eyes, leans back in his chair and allows his mind to race through multiple options. This is just the pinnacle of irresponsibility. She has no weapons, as good as no martial arts training of any kind, and they are just going to, what? Send her out there completely naked. Sensei sighs. Izuku isn't sure if the sigh is a sign of annoyance at him or at the problem he just pointed out. It sizz him off either way. He is more determined than ever to find a solution for this. Keep readying those files, will you? You'll have time to think about those plans of yours later. He'll need a sample. Some skin tissue from the girl to put under a microscope and pray he remembers enough of his last life from his experiments with extremists to not botch this up. This would just be some very advanced camouflage gear. Or something like that. Maybe based on those reflector panels S.H.I.E.L.D. once had commissioned from him. Maybe that could work. Izuku makes some quick notes on a piece of paper and staples it to her file, puts it apart from the others and turns back to the remaining pile. Many ideas burst in his mind as he keeps on reading, and he asks Tadashi to keep notes as he mutters to himself. He puts the in his eyes inappropriate costume files in a different pile. And again, most are alright. Not what he would have chosen, and some are not age appropriate at all. But they also aren't dangerous to their owners. Seeing Bakugo's grenades makes him grimace, but he can't argue that they aren't a good idea. Though who thought it a good idea to give a kid with such an explosive personality such a potential supply of explosives, he isn't sure. But he does want a word with them. Because those grenades are good for once the kid learns control. Maybe once he graduates. But letting him use them during training. Especially at the beginning of his training. That is just asking for injuries. One other file makes him blink and read it a second time. Just to be sure he read and saw that right. He tries to progress it and fails, so he has to read it a third time. Feeling stunned, he turns towards Mai. Hey, Mai, what is the first thing you think when you look at this guy's hero costume? Izuku asks as he holds up a paper with the design. She looks up and blinks. Diaper man. Izuku exclaims loudly in his frustration, gesturing wildly. My thoughts exactly. Why would anyone design it like this? What is this guy's quirk? Maybe he needs it for some reason. Nope, not at all. His quirk is only related to his hair. So, it's not like his body is shaped like that either. He checks the file. How on earth did these costumes ever get approved? Izuku asks their teacher. Please tell me someone had to approve of these. And students can't just send in whatever they want without anyone keeping an eye on them. Sure, but it usually gets discussed here. Or their homeroom teacher takes them aside to talk it over. So, they'll get a talk and come here to discuss changes. They should. Should. That is reassuring. He mutters to himself. Does that mean we have to wait to discuss these costumes with the students until they come to us? Or can we go and seek them out? I don't think there is a rule about that, but that is usually how things go here, yes. Hero students come to us. Nope, not going to do that. That could take ages, and at least one costume, or lack of costume, is too dangerous to allow for that. Izuku says loudly. So sensei, when can we start harassing the hero students about new costumes? Harassing them, the man looks at him as if he has never seen a teenager before. Of course. If some of these idiots got these costume ideas all by themselves, they deserve all the harassment they will get. Some can't help it, I guess. They just don't know any better. But others? Honestly, what was Diaper Boy thinking? Izuku mutters. Class B isn't too bad, I think. Mai says with a thoughtful look. I think I'll wait a while. See who comes to me. Please do not harass other students, Midoriya. Sensei says with a pained look. Oh good, the man already knows he won't be able to stop him from doing so. In the meantime, why don't you explain to me who you keep talking to on the phone? Sensei asks. Izuku only blinks at him, feeling both surprised and so done with all that's around him. Really? Mai bursts out laughing. He spends most of his time after that exercise recreating his Iron Man armor. He searches for Invisible Girl during his breaks, when he thinks to take them, but honestly, she is invisible and he is having trouble finding her. He will probably ask Ida to help him out there, at some point. Because he hasn't got much time left. The sports festival is always planned at the beginning of the year and he needs a decent armor to impress the teachers enough to allow him his double mayor, or whatever they want to call it here. He has created his workspace, updated it as much as he can, given the limited time he has to get his first suit up and running. He will need to upgrade it more afterwards. No projection screens just yet, all his contact with Shield-san is done via ordinary phone when it happens during school hours. He needs all the time he can get to work on his suit. Because while he can remember in detail how the basics of all his suits were made, that doesn't mean he doesn't need to do any testing. His body is much smaller now, and still growing. That needs to be taken into account. And say what you will, but those suits are heavy. And he is still growing. If he doesn't want this to stunt his growth, he better keep to his calculations. Also, he needs to get used to flying again. While the basis is impossible to forget, it does take his new body a while to get used to the feeling. Just yesterday, he had hovered for the first time, using his flight stabilizers. He had scorched part of his workspace while working on his balance and relearning how to steer with them. Now he is working on some last-minute adjustments and tightening some last parts as Tadashi warns him. "Chief, on your 5 o'clock." The music in his earpieces turns less loud. He looks up in time to see his sensei reach for him. "Midoriya, did you not hear the alarm?" Even with his hero costume on, and does Izuku have some thoughts about that design? The man looks and sounds both concerned and exasperated. Tony blinks at the machine man and takes out one of his ear pods. "What? Did you not hear the alarm? What are you even doing here during lunchtime? Did you eat at all?" Sensei asks incredulously. "Oh, I did. Hear the alarm, I mean. I haven't eaten yet. I was too busy. And the alarm got annoying, so I had to turn the volume of my music up." He shrugs. The man twitches. "You are supposed to evacuate when the alarms go off. Why didn't you?" He points to the computer on the desk a bit further. A layout of the school can be seen on the screen. "I hacked into the system to see what the damage was." He shrugs again. "I couldn't find anything wrong, so I assumed it was a drill." "Even so, you are supposed to evacuate during a drill as well. Not only during in a real emergency. Here. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Can I keep working now?" Izuku asks the angry man. The man sighs in a very Roda-like way. "So you haven't eaten yet? Lunch break is almost over. You should get going." Tony shrugs again. "Not hungry. I want to get this done before class starts again." "You need to eat." The man grabs him by his collar and gently drags him away from his work. Tony sighs, but he doesn't struggle. He does protest though, loudly. But it's somewhat nice to know that someone keeps an eye on him, makes sure he eats and all that. His mom does it as well, but it still feels strange. Pepper and Rhodey had tried, but neither had been around enough to really succeed. Both had their own work. He'd loved them both all the more for trying, even after all those years of knowing him. Of course, as soon as Izuku is dragged out of the lab, the school bell rings. He grins widely at his sensei, who has stopped walking. He can see the man twitch in irritation. But the man doesn't move otherwise. He keeps a tight grip on Izuku. Sensei, you can let go now. Class is going to start soon." The man grunts. Oh wow, maybe Izuku overdid it a bit. Has he reduced the man to grunting already? That has to be a record, right? As Tony, he often annoyed people to such heights of frustration they hadn't been able to form words anymore, but he hasn't managed that yet as Izuku. Good to know he hadn't lost his touch. Mai comes bouncing up the hallway. "Midori, sensei. Were you waiting for me?" She calls out with a grin. "Yes, Hatsune, keep yourself busy for a while. I am going to make sure your fellow student gets something to eat. And yes, Midoriya, I'll take lunchtime over working out of your scheduled lab time. Hatsune, don't make me regret this, and please don't set the lab on fire or I'll banish you from said lab for a week." Sensei tells her with a strange undertone in his voice, before he starts walking again, dragging Izuku behind him. "What?" Sensei does end up dragging him to the lunchroom. Once there he explains to Lunch Rush what happened, makes Izuku bow to the cook and sits before him to watch Izuku eat with sharp eyes. Lunch Rush joins them, and having both adult men watch him like that makes him feel uncomfortable. It is quite embarrassing, and Izuku takes his sensei's lesson to heart. No more skipping lunch. This is the worst. Next time he wants to work through lunch, he'll first come get some food and work while eating. That will be easier. At least Mom would approve. Which means he can never tell her about this. She might get ideas. He eats at a moderate pace. Not too fast because Sensei is sitting next to him, watching him with narrowed eyes, yet not too slow either, because he has stuff that needs to be done. Making a suit is taking a lot longer than it had in his old life. Which is somewhat logical, given everything. Tony Stark had had the best of the best. In technology, money, space, and time. Tony Stark could spend entire days in his lab, with multiple eyes helping him out, not really caring if he had to start over and if stuff blows up or not. Midoriya Izuku has none of that. He has an AI, of course. Tadashi is great and smart, but he is still very young. He can't tip to Jarvis, who helped him with his very first or rather, second suit. His room at home is too small to get much work done. The lab at school is better, but the tech is so far behind what he had before. This world is so far behind, and he has to play catch-up. Not to mention, he is bound by budgetary restrictions. He is not a billionaire. So, yes, it is all taking a lot longer than it once had. He doesn't really mind, all in all. True, he gets impatient a lot. That is just who he is. In both lives. Once he has an idea, or makes a decision, he doesn't like sitting around twirling his thumbs. So, he eats as fast as he dares under the watchful eyes of his sensei, and then hurries back to the lab. The sports festival is about a week away, and he does need to get a suit ready to go. Nanotech is still too complicated, for now. His first suit is too bulky. He can only bring what he can carry, after all, and that suit is not it. So, he is trying to get the suitcase model ready to go. It is still one of the first models he ever made, but it is light, compact, and while not the strongest and most durable he ever made, it should be able to handle the powers of the other students. Mostly. He ends up working HRD on that for the rest of the day. So hard in fact, that he is surprised when Mai is the one to tug at his arm. He blinks, once again looking up and feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Mai looks worried, just as Sensei has been. What's wrong? Sensei left. Shut the lab down behind him. She replies. He locked us in. Why? There was an alarm. Nezu-san summoned all the teachers and basically put the school in lockdown. Another alarm. That is twice in one day, and for some reason, he didn't hear it this time. What is even stranger, is that Tadashi never notified him. He will need to address this issue later. Why? What happened? He asks instead. Neither Sensei nor Nezu-san said. She shrugs, looking very subdued. It looks wrong on her. He wonders what is going on. For the teachers to take such measures. Tadashi, can you find out what is going on? I can certainly try. His AI chimes in, sounding a bit unsure. And that is fine. Tadashi is not very old yet. He hasn't tried to really hack into UA's systems since that day he looked for the entrance exams, which feels like years ago now. He waits patiently, ready to step in and do a manual hack if necessary. But he won't unless Tadashi admits there is a problem. He needs to grow confident in his skills, and he won't manage that if Izuku constantly takes over the moment he shows some uncertainty. Mai fidgets next to him, and the silence in the workshop is almost like a heavy weight on his shoulders. I am not sure what is going on, Chief, but one of UA's training grounds seems to be completely offline. Which is strange, as Class 1A is scheduled for training there right now. That sounds wrong. He mutters in reply to that. Can you get it back online? Probably, but it might take a while. Tadashi replies honestly. I will help, that should speed things up a bit. Izuku mutters, as he grabs his keyboard and moves the computer screen towards him. It takes them a while, even with the two of them, but then suddenly he is inside the system and the whole building goes back online. Ha! He yells out in victory, only to freeze as the cameras come back online and the visuals fill his screen. Tadashi, call the police. And some paramedics. He whispers, as he sees the fighting going on. Adults, criminals, are fighting the students of Class 1A, kids his age. All Might is there too, and he seems to be struggling. He doesn't immediately spot the other teachers that should be there. Mai is very silent as she watches over his shoulder. Also, unlock the doors. We need to get those kids out of there. Yes, Chief. I am on it. Tadashi replies, sounding more sure of himself now than before. It takes a while to get the kids out, mostly because they don't immediately realize the doors are now unlocked. But they manage. And by then, the police and 2 ambulances are entering UA's grounds, Tadashi guiding them towards the affected buildings. The teachers arrive at the training ground at around the same time, and the criminals flee. Mostly, All Might's opponent is punched so hard he flies off through the roof. Team Rocket's blasting off again. He whispers to himself, being reminded of an anime cartoon he sometimes watched a while back. DMN, why would villains attack UA? My whispers behind him, her wide eyes not leaving the screen. I have no idea. He admits as he leans back in his chair and rolls his shoulders. Izuku spends the next day fine-tuning the last parts of his suit, his fingers moving in quick, practiced motions. The soft whir of the lab equipment and the occasional hum from Tadashi make for a surprisingly calming background. Tadashi's voice chimes in periodically, offering diagnostic updates or responding to Izuku's muttered questions. Despite the primitive tech compared to what he once had, there's something comforting about the process. Chief, power output in the left stabilizer is fluctuating slightly, Tadashi informs him, sounding both focused and slightly worried. Izuku frowns, narrowing his eyes at the offending part. Yeah, I see it. Tadashi, isolate the problem area and recalibrate the move vector. We're aiming for stability here, not a fireworks show. Acknowledged, Chief. Recalibrating, Tadashi's soft, mechanical voice trails off as he runs the necessary adjustments, and Izuku nods approvingly, diving back into his work. Just as he's beginning to feel a spark of satisfaction, his mind already running through the calculations for potential suit upgrades, a loud knock interrupts him. He sighs, reluctantly looking up from his suit to see Mai bouncing into the lab with her usual energy. Midori! Sensei's looking for you again. She calls out cheerfully, waving a wrench in one hand like a trophy. Great! Just what I need, he mutters, disconnecting his tools from the suit with practiced ease. He's halfway out of his chair when he hears a click at the lab door. Sensei strides in, looking both exasperated and slightly triumphant, as though he's finally caught the elusive creature he's been hunting. Izuku feels slightly offended at that. He has done nothing to deserve such a look. If anything, as he is always in the lab, he should have been easy to find. Midoriya, are you planning on eating anything today, or is the plan to work yourself to exhaustion again? Sensei's tone is hard, but Izuku can pick up the underlying concern there, almost begrudging in its intensity. Oh, I meant to grab something later, Izuku replies casually, waving his hand dismissively, but Sensei's eyes narrow, his patience clearly waning. Chief, Tadashi's voice pipes up quietly in his ear. Maybe, eating would be advisable. We don't want to repeat the incident from last week. Izuku's eyes flick to the eye's small icon on his screen. Traitor, he thinks with a slight smirk, but he knows Tadashi has a point. Fine, fine. He raises his hands in surrender, and Sensei steps aside, clearly relieved that Izuku isn't going to put up much of a fight this time. They walk together toward the lunchroom, Izuku only half listening as his teacher lectures him about self-care and the importance of maintaining energy levels. Oh, by the way, I was hoping I could get permission to use one of the training grounds, preferably training ground beta, for a flight test, Izuku says, maintaining an innocent expression. I've been working on some stabilization tech, and I need open space to ensure it functions properly. Power Loader crosses his arms as they keep walking, looking skeptical. Flight test, here. You sure you're ready for that? Izuku grins. More than ready, Sensei. I've been doing the prep work, and I've double-checked all the calculations. I just need space, unless, of course, you'd rather I do it in my lab and risk a few scorch marks. Power Loader snorts. Yeah, not a chance. I don't need you blowing up my lab with that project of yours. I've seen some of those parts you're working with. So. Izuku trails off, hopeful. Power Loader sighs, giving in. All right. Training ground beta is yours for an hour after the last class of the day, but you better be careful. I don't want you damaging school property. And you better not skip any safety protocols, one toe out of line, and I'll pull the plug on all your projects. Izuku's grin widens. Wouldn't dream of it, Sensei. I'll keep it safe, promise. Good, Power Loader says, but there's a faint twitch of a smile at the corner of his mouth. And remember, lunch break means lunch. No more skipping. Izuku holds up his hands in mock surrender as they finally reach the cafeteria. Scout's honor, Sensei. The man eyes him warily. Maybe I should come and watch you, just to keep an eye on things. If that is what you wish, sure, Sensei. I don't mind. Izuku shrugs. Sensei hums in acknowledgement, but doesn't say anything else. He steers 𝐒𝐿 directly toward the counter, and Lunch Rush is there, practically beaming at the opportunity to feed him something substantial. The hero holds out a tray of food for him, a wide grin on his face. 𝐒𝐿 hesitates, eyeing the tray with a hint of discomfort. The old, ingrained aversion to being handed things, the strange instinct left over from his life as Tony Stark, flashes through his mind. He tries to brush it off, but his fingers don't reach for the tray. Sensing 𝐒𝐿's reluctance, Lunch Rush raises an eyebrow. 𝐒𝐿 clears his throat and awkwardly gestures to the tray. Could you just set it down for me? Lunch Rush blinks but quickly adapts, setting the tray on the counter with a patient smile. Of course, Midoriya. Here you go. 𝐒𝐿 lets out a small sigh of relief, picking up the tray himself. He makes his way to the nearest empty table and sits down, eyeing the food with a bit more interest. He glances at 𝐿𝐿oda, who's still following him and is watching him closely, arms crossed, looking every bit as if he intends to stand guard until 𝐒𝐿 has eaten every last bite. Come on, Chief, Tadashi chimes in, trying to encourage him. It's just a few minutes. And I can monitor the lab systems while you're away. Fine. But only because you asked so nicely, 𝐒𝐿 mutters, shooting a wry smile at the small icon that represents Tadashi. He digs into the food, the flavor actually surprising him. UA's cafeteria might lack the extravagant meals he once had access to, but there's a homey quality to the cooking that feels comforting in an odd way. As he eats, he absent-mindedly chats with Tadashi, running through potential adjustments for the suit. His AI dutifully records his ideas, occasionally offering a suggestion or counterpoint. Even though it's nothing like the fully autonomous assistance he once had, there's a budding intelligence in Tadashi's responses that fills him with pride. Once he's done, he stands, tray in hand, looking toward Sensei with a satisfied and slightly smug expression. Happy? Sensei rolls his eyes but nods, clearly relieved. Now get back to work, Midoriya. And don't make me drag you out of the lab again. 𝐒𝐿 grins, giving a mock salute before heading back. As he walks, he murmurs under his breath to Tadashi, all right, let's get back to it. Prep the systems, and get ready to run another diagnostics on the stabilizers. I've got a feeling we're close to cracking this, and we do have our test flight later today, so we better be done by then. Already working on it, Chief, Tadashi replies smoothly, a hint of warmth in his tone. For an AI still in its infancy, Tadashi is learning fast, adapting to his quirks and demands with surprising efficiency. 𝐒𝐿 can't help the rush of satisfaction at seeing his creation's growth. Once he's back in the lab, he's immediately immersed in his work again, recalibrating parts, running simulations, and testing each component. Hours pass, the world outside fading as his focus narrows. The sports festival is just around the corner, and if he's going to make a splash, show them exactly what he's capable of, then this suit has to be flawless. Stabilizers are functioning at optimal capacity, Tadashi reports after their latest test, sounding as pleased as an AI could manage. Good. And let's get one last power reading on the repulsors. 𝐒𝐿's fingers fly over the controls, his mind a whirlwind of calculations, diagrams, and upgrades. The suit is still far from what he had in his previous life, but it is just as good as the last suitcase model he had made. Looking good, Chief, Tadashi says, giving voice to 𝐒𝐿's thoughts as he sees the statistics. 𝐒𝐿's grin widens, the excitement bubbling up as he finally takes a step back from the lab bench, his gaze fixed on the neatly folded suit nestled within its suitcase form. Every test, every recalibration, every painstaking adjustment has led to this moment. The thrill of anticipation thrums through his veins as he snaps the suitcase closed, feeling the satisfying weight of his creation in his grip. Shall we go test this baby out? He asks his AI, the eagerness in his voice a stark contrast to the quiet of the lab. 𝐒𝐿 checks the time. It's late in the afternoon, the golden light of the setting sun spilling through the high windows of the lab. Perfect timing, he thinks. He'll have just enough daylight to run his test before dusk. Taking one last deep breath, he lifts the suitcase and sets out to make his way outside. Midoriya, you weren't planning on running this test alone, were you? Sensei calls out from further down the corridor, just as 𝐒𝐿 leaves the lab. 𝐒𝐿 scratches the back of his head, chuckling. Well, I wasn't sure you'd show up, sensei, so, Power Loader shakes his head, but a glint of pride shines in his eyes as he looks at the suit. Kid, you've got a real piece of work here. No way am I missing this. Let's make sure it actually stays in one piece, and you with it. Izuku grins, before focusing on the suitcase in his hands. With a practiced motion, he presses a button on the side of the suitcase. It responds instantly, the sleek matte black surface folding open in smooth, fluid movements. The panels retract, revealing the inner components, gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. Every piece is meticulously organized, waiting for activation. The suit begins to deploy from the top down, starting with his hands. A set of gauntlet pieces rises from the open suitcase, magnetic connectors aligning as they hover near his palms. He extends his hands toward them, and the gauntlets snap into place around his wrists and fingers with a satisfying click. A faint hum vibrates through the material, responding to his movements as he flexes his fingers. As soon as the gauntlets lock, the chest piece emerges from the suitcase, hovering toward him. It splits seamlessly in the middle, each half aligning to his sides before closing around his torso with a quiet hiss. The suit sinks automatically, and he feels the subtle pressure as it wraps snugly around his chest and shoulders. Izuku barely has a moment to appreciate the sensation before the rest of the suit begins to assemble itself, each segment rising from the case in precise sequence. The arm and leg pieces slide out, moving with a fluid grace as they attach themselves to his limbs, one after the other. The pieces click together seamlessly, aligning perfectly along his arms and legs as if they were made just for him, which, of course, they were. With every new connection, the suit's internal systems hum to life, calibrating and adjusting to his body. He feels the power of the exoskeleton coursing through him, each joint moving with uncanny responsiveness, amplifying his strength and speed without a hint of resistance. Finally, the helmet lifts from the case, pausing in midair for a split second before it lowers itself around his head, the visor closing over his face with a soft whoosh. The HUD heads-up display flickers to life, faintly illuminating the inside of the visor with readouts of battery life, altitude, stabilization metrics, and other critical information. The helmet interfaces with the suit, linking directly to his earpiece so that Tadashi's voice comes through, clear as day. Helmet secured, Tadashi announces through the comms, a hint of excitement in his tone. All systems are now online. You're looking sharp, Chief. Izuku smiles under the helmet, reaching up to tap the side, initiating a quick test of the voice controls. Tadashi, initiate a full diagnostics. Running diagnostics now, Tadashi replies, as a series of green lights flicker along his HUD, indicating each subsystem activating in sequence. Izuku watches as each one confirms its readiness, from the thrusters in the legs to the stabilizers embedded in his boots and gloves. The data streams by, every piece of the suit checking out perfectly. Finally, Izuku stands up, feeling the weight of the suit settle comfortably around him, but not heavy. Every piece was carefully designed to distribute weight evenly, keeping the balance as close to natural as possible. He tests his movements, shifting his weight from side to side, feeling the suit respond instantly. The joints in the suit allow him to stretch, crouch, and twist with barely any restriction, each motion as fluid as if he weren't wearing armor at all. Satisfied, he rolls his shoulders, feeling the gentle hum of the repulsors embedded in the back and soles. The repulsors were a particularly tricky part, built to lift him smoothly off the ground without any sudden JRKS or imbalances. The stabilizers kick in as he moves, making micro-adjustments to maintain his equilibrium. Izuku can't help but smile. The suit feels like a second skin, an armor he can trust, a blend of tech and design that holds the essence of his vision. Izuku takes one last look at Power Loader, who watches him with a broad grin, obviously impressed by the elegance of the suit's design. Clearly, the man realizes this isn't just an armor suit. This is a statement, a culmination of hard work, ingenuity, and resilience. The man claps his hands together, practically bouncing with anticipation. All right, Midoriya. Power Loader shouts, unable to hide his excitement. You're suited up. Now, let's see this thing fly. Izuku takes a steadying breath, letting the exhilaration build. He lowers into a crouch, feeling the suit's repulsors start to hum, thrumming through his body as they build up power. He glances down one last time, watching as his HUD confirms that all systems are green. "He's ready." With a final nod, Izuku murmurs, "Tadashi, initiate the thrusters." The repulsors blaze to life, a low, controlled thrumming as they come online. "All systems green," Tadashi chimes in his ear, breaking his focus. "Chief, stabilization and propulsion are ready for activation. Power levels are at 80% capacity." 80%. Izuku quirks an eyebrow, smirking. "We can do better than that, Tadashi. Boost it up to 95. I want to make sure we're pushing this as close to the limit as we can." "Understood," Tadashi replies, the suit's internal systems humming louder as the power shifts, the thrusters heating up and settling into a steady rhythm. Izuku rolls his shoulders, feeling the suit adjust and calibrate with each movement. He flexes his fingers, the repulsors in his palms humming in response. Everything feels right. Everything feels like it's ready. He takes a deep breath, steadying his excitement. "All right. Tadashi, initiate first stage thrusters." The AI responds instantly, the thrusters in his boots kicking on with a burst of energy, lifting him slowly off the ground. Izuku wobbles slightly, the balance tricky at first, but he adjusts his stance, tightening his core, and quickly finds his equilibrium. He does this immediately, and almost automatically. As if it was just yesterday he stepped into his last suit, instead of a lifetime ago. "This feels right." Izuku grins, glee bubbling up inside of him, and with a laugh he is off. The ground grows smaller beneath him as he finally flies once more. The wind rushes past as he rises steadily into the sky, feeling weightless and powerful in equal measure. He can't help but laugh, brightly and a bit maniacal as well, as he finally regains his ability to fly. It is just as awesome as it was the first time around. Power Loader's laughter echoes through the training grounds, mirroring Isaac's laugh as he soars high above school grounds, and the test flight truly begins. Stabilization is holding at 97%, Tadashi notes. Adjusting thruster output for vertical lift. Izuku grins. "Perfect. Let's take it higher." He increases the move, rising higher into the open air. The cool wind rushes past his face, and he has to resist the urge to punch through the sky at full speed. He needs to take it slow, one step at a time, even if his instincts are screaming at him to let loose. Testing the limits now could mean catastrophic failure, and is not about to crash and burn a few days before the sports festival. "Bring up the 𝐻𝐢𝐷, he orders, his vision instantly filling with a digital display as Tadashi overlays the readouts in front of him. Altitude, velocity, stabilization, it's all there, flickering in real time as he hovers. He raises his hand and adjusts his course slightly, feeling the suit respond to his movements like a second skin. "So far, so good," he mutters, more to himself than to Tadashi. "Shall we attempt horizontal flight, Chief?" Tadashi prompts. Izuku hesitates, glancing at the empty field stretching out in front of him. This is it, the real test of the suit's flight capability. He's confident in the thrusters, but horizontal movement requires a whole different level of stability and control. He takes a steadying breath, adjusting his grip on the suit's internal controls. "Yeah," he says, voice steady. "Let's go for it." Slowly, he leans forward, shifting his weight and engaging the forward thrusters. The suit responds smoothly, propelling him forward at a cautious pace, just a few meters per second. It's not fast, but it's steady, and that's what matters right now. He feels the balance in the suit holding, the stabilization systems compensating for every slight movement, keeping him on course. As he gains confidence, he starts to pick up the pace, pushing the suit's limits bit by bit. His surroundings blur slightly as he speeds up, and a grin spreads across his face, unable to hold back his excitement. He feels alive, like he's truly flying, not bound by gravity or limitations. Velocity is increasing to 10 meters per second, Tadashi informs him. Stabilization holding at 95%. Izuku laughs, the sound echoing through the open training ground. "Not bad, Tadashi. Not bad at all." For the next few minutes, he tests the suit's maneuverability, weaving back and forth, testing different angles and turns. It's clunky at times, a few close calls as he narrowly avoids overshooting a turn or losing altitude. But the suit holds, the systems responding as they should, and he feels the potential radiating from every movement. Finally, after a series of careful loops and dives, he brings himself back to a hover in the center of the training ground, breathing heavily, exhilaration flooding through him. All right, he breathes, grinning. Time to wrap this up with one last test. Tadashi, engage maximum speed thrusters. Let's see what this baby can really do. Are you certain, Chief? Tadashi's voice is cautious. This test flight is unmonitored, and exceeding the recommended speed may result in system instability. Izuku smirks. Oh, come on, Tadashi. Where's the fun in playing it safe? Just keep an eye on the stabilization. If anything dips below 90%, we cut the test. Understood, Tadashi replies, though there's a hint of reluctant approval in his tone. Izuku braces himself, feeling the energy surge through the suit as Tadashi activates the full thruster capacity. There's a momentary jolt, and then his rocketing forward, the training ground blurring around him as he accelerates. Wind rushes past his face, and he feels the sheer power of the suit thrumming through every fiber of his being. He laughs, the sound carried away by the speed, his heart pounding in time with the thrusters. This is it. This is the feeling he's been chasing. Freedom. Velocity at 30 meters per second, Tadashi chimes in. Stabilization at 93%. Keep going, Izuku says, his voice a mix of excitement and focus. He pushes harder, reaching the training ground's edge, and executes a sharp turn, feeling the suit's stabilization systems working overtime to keep him balanced. It's exhilarating, the thrill of testing the limits, but he knows he can't push it too far. Not yet. Stabilization dropping to 88%, Tadashi warns, a note of urgency in his tone. Recommend reducing speed to avoid destabilization. Got it, Izuku replies, easing back on the thrusters. He slows down, descending gradually until his feet touch the ground. He powers down the suit systems, the hum fading to silence as he stands there, breathing heavily, adrenaline still buzzing. Through him. He removes his helmet, letting the cool air hit his face, and grins up at the sky. This suit might just be ready. Good job, Tadashi, he says, patting the side of his helmet. That was one hell of a first flight. Thank you, Chief. I am glad the test was successful. Shall we proceed with any further adjustments before the sports festival? Izuku nods, his mind already racing with ideas. Yeah, a few tweaks here and there. But this is going to work, Tadashi. We're ready. With the successful test flight under his belt, he heads back to the lab, already visualizing the changes he'll make before the festival. There's no doubt in his mind, this suit, this power, it's going to blow everyone away. The sports festival is only days away, and Tony Stark, reborn as Izuku Midoriya, is going to make sure his debut is unforgettable. Izuku wakes up early on the morning of the sports festival, his heart already racing with anticipation and a hint of nerves. The first light of dawn is filtering through his window as he meticulously goes over his preparations one last time. His gaze lingers on the sleek metal suitcase sitting on his desk, the one he spent countless hours refining. He may not have access to Tony Stark's nanotech yet, but this suit, built to be as compact and efficient as possible, represents his own ingenuity and hard work. As his hand hovers over the case, running along the cold metal, he can almost picture the nanotech suit that he's been designing in his sketches and notes. It's a long way from being realized, but the idea fuels him with hope. One day, he'll make that vision a reality. Ready for the big day, Chief. Tadashi's voice chimes in his earpiece, a touch of warmth in his tone. Izuku smiles to himself, adjusting the case in his grip. Ready as I'll ever be, Tadashi. Today's the day we finally test this baby in the field. I've run simulations and we did a test flight the other day, but it's different when you're really out there. Indeed. Just remember, Tadashi says smoothly, this suit is already a technological marvel, even if it isn't nanotech yet. It's light years ahead of anything most could dream of, all thanks to you. But keep your head in the game, all right? Precision and caution. Izuku feels a warmth in his chest at Tadashi's words, appreciating the confidence his AI has in him. He is proud of this suit, the countless hours of work he poured into it, the late nights hunched over blueprints, the delicate calibration of every component. It's a marvel of engineering in its own right, something that most people could only dream of building. But despite the pride, there's a lingering sense of frustration that tugs at the back of his mind. The suitcase suit is amazing, but it feels like a step back, a reminder of where he had once been as Tony Stark. The technology feels bulky and dated compared to the nanotech he used to wield so effortlessly, technology that could deploy at a thought, reshaping itself with a fluidity he can't replicate in this life yet. Sometimes, he feels like he's barely making progress, always one step behind the potential he knows is just out of reach. In moments like this, he can feel the weight of his past life's memories. As Tony Stark, he had reached the pinnacle of scientific achievement, wielding technology that felt like an extension of himself. Now, he's clawing his way back up to that peak, piece by piece. One day, he reminds himself, one day he'll make it there again. But today, he'll have to make do. Thanks, Tadashi, Izuku replies, feeling a swell of gratitude. I won't let us down. A knock at his door startles him, and he turns to see his mom standing there with a soft smile. She steps forward, her hands clasped together as if she's holding back an overflow of emotions. Izuku, she begins, her voice thick with pride, I wanted to tell you how incredibly proud I am. You've worked so hard. No matter what happens today, just remember that. You're amazing, my hero. The words hit Izuku harder than he expected, and for a moment, he feels his throat tighten. His past self had rarely experienced this kind of unconditional support. Tony's life had been complicated, relationships often tangled and strained. But here and now, his mother's pride is a reminder of how lucky he is in this life. He swallows hard, nodding as he fights to keep his emotions in check. Thanks, Mom, he manages, his voice soft and shaky. I'll do my best. She gives him a final, encouraging squeeze on the shoulder. You're going to do great things, Izuku. I know it. Once she leaves, Izuku takes a deep breath, gathering himself as he heads out the door. Tadashi, sensing his contemplative mood, speaks up quietly in his earpiece. You all right, Izuku? Izuku nods to himself, feeling the steadiness return. Yeah, Tadashi. Let's do this. By the time Izuku reaches you, the atmosphere is electric. The air crackles with excitement as students and teachers bustle about, each preparing for the highly anticipated sports festival. The stadium looms large in front of him, and though the crowd is still building, there's a palpable energy buzzing from every direction. Inside the support course's preparation area, however, it's quiet, almost unnervingly still, a calm before the storm. Izuku places his heavy suitcase on the floor with a soft thud, the weight of it grounding him in the moment. He takes a breath, focusing his mind on the task ahead. Changing into his gym uniform, Izuku smooths out the fabric, the familiar motions comforting in their simplicity. He runs over his plans again, mentally rehearsing every step. The suit, though not perfect, was built for this, and he's put every ounce of effort into making it a reality. This is his chance to show everyone that he belongs here. That he's more than just a quirkless kid from the support course. When he steps into the main arena, the roar of the crowd hits him like a wave, overwhelming and deafening. The sound shakes the ground beneath him, but instead of intimidating him, it fuels him. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He can feel the weight of the eyes on him, students, teachers, even the spectators in the stands. But that only strengthens his resolve. Today, he proves his worth. Today, he shows that a quirkless student can fight among the best. He breathes in deeply, refocusing. The memory of Vanko and all those dangerous, chaotic moments in Monaco flashes in his mind, but this time, there's no immediate danger pressing down on him. This is different. He doesn't have to fight for his life today. But still, the stakes are high. He can't afford to fail, not after everything he's sacrificed to get here. Not when so many people, teachers, classmates, believe he doesn't have what it takes. Izuku moves through the empty preparation room, his eyes briefly scanning the quiet surroundings. The silence feels almost out of place, so starkly different from the noise of the crowd just outside. It reminds him of how separate the support course feels from the rest of the students. It's just him and myheroacademia, two students with different paths, but both just as driven. He sets the suitcase down carefully, adjusting the straps of his gym uniform. His fingers brush over the familiar seams, checking for comfort and fit. He can't afford to be distracted by something as small as an ill-fitting uniform when the challenge ahead is monumental. The stillness presses in, making the seconds feel heavier as they tick by. Izuku sits on one of the benches, taking a moment to settle his thoughts. His mind runs through the countless checks he's already made, mental simulations of the suit systems running in the background of his thoughts. His heart beats a little faster as he anticipates the race ahead. The countdown to the event has already begun in his mind. Every detail is crucial, and every possible outcome is playing out in his head, each one more intense than the last. Finally, a signal crackles through the intercom, a clear, concise announcement that it's time for all competing students to make their way out. Izuku stands up. He rolls his shoulders, trying to shake off the last remnants of tension, and grabs the suitcase. His hands tighten around the handle, steadying himself before he walks toward the exit. He takes a deep breath to calm the fluttering in his chest. The time to prove himself has come. The instant he opens the door, the deafening roar of the crowd crashes over him like a tidal wave. Thousands of voices cheer and chant, filling the air with an energy so intense it's almost overwhelming. Izuku stands for a moment, taking it all in, the scale, the magnitude of the event, and the knowledge that he's about to step into the spotlight. A flicker of doubt stirs in his stomach. What if this goes wrong? He shakes his head. He's prepared, he's calculated every variable he can, and besides, this is his chance to prove that quirkless doesn't mean helpless. As Izuku steps into the main arena, the vastness of the space and the noise of the crowd make his pulse quicken. Competitors from all courses are gathered at the starting line, each one wearing an expression that ranges from steely determination to barely contained excitement. The hero course students, in particular, exude an intense focus, the weight of their ambition clear in their stances and expressions. Izuku finds himself both awed and a little anxious at the sight. His gaze flickers over the crowd, catching sight of one familiar face, Tenya Ida. Standing tall and composed, Ida looks as serious as ever, adjusting his glasses with that sharp, precise motion Izuku has come to recognize. Their eyes meet, and for a moment, Ida's usual stern expression softens into a brief, encouraging smile. Midoriya, Ida calls out, walking over to him with his usual brisk stride. I see you're ready for the festival. Best of luck out there. Izuku returns the smile, feeling a surge of confidence at the unexpected support. Thanks, Ida. Good luck to you too. They exchange a nod, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. Ida claps him on the shoulder before moving to join the rest of his classmates, leaving Izuku feeling a little more grounded amidst the chaos of the arena. Izuku takes his place near the back of the starting line, close to Mai. She's barely paying attention to the crowd, her gaze darting between her own gadgets and muttering calculations under her breath. She glances at Izuku with an excited grin, clearly just as thrilled to test her creations. Hey, Midori, she says, her eyes gleaming with that familiar enthusiasm for innovation. You think they're ready to see what we can do? Izuku shakes his head, the edges of his lips curling up in a small, confident smile. I think they're going to be surprised. Before he can say anything else, the booming voice of Present MIC crackles through the stadium speakers, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd's cheers rise to a fever pitch as he welcomes everyone to the event. Welcome, everyone, to US Annual Sports Festival. I hope you're all as pumped as I am because today, we're going to see who has what it takes to stand at the top. The excitement is palpable, buzzing through the crowd like an electric current. Midnight steps forward, her sultry voice cutting through the noise as she explains the rules for the upcoming events. Listen up, contestants. The sports festival is divided into 3 rounds, each one more challenging than the last. The first round will test your endurance and resourcefulness. You'll be running an obstacle course through a gauntlet of challenges designed to push you to your limits. There are no disqualifications for falling behind, but you'll have to be quick if you want a chance at victory. Midnight's explanation leaves a ripple of tension across the field as the students exchange glances. The hero then gestures to the crowd of students. And now, let's hear a few words from the top scorer in the entrance exam, Katsuki Bakugo. A murmur ripples through the crowd as Bakugo steps forward, a ferocious grin splitting his face. He strides up to the front, his eyes blazing with fierce determination as he looks around at his competitors. Without missing a beat, he raises his voice, each word dripping with his usual brand of intensity. "Listen up, extras," he growls, his tone sharp and filled with unshakable confidence. "I don't care who you are, or how hard you think you can try. I'm here to win. I'm taking first place, and none of you are gonna stand in my way." He glares at the crowd, his gaze sweeping over his classmates like a challenge, daring anyone to prove him wrong. "So stay out of my way," he sneers, "and watch how it's done." A mixture of reactions ripple through the field. Some students scowl in irritation, others tense with newfound determination. Bakugo just stands there, looking entirely unfazed, as if he's already envisioning himself at the top. His words hang in the air, setting the stage for what promises to be a fierce competition. Izuku watches him, exasperation flickering across his face. Typical Bakugo. He rolls his eyes. He's heard this kind of declaration before, back when they were kids. Bakugo's words carry the same unshakable confidence and a hint of disdain for anyone he views as weaker than himself. There's no point in arguing. Bakugo's ego is as immovable as a mountain. With Bakugo's declaration still ringing in his ears, Izuku tightens his grip on the suitcase, taking a steadying breath as he prepares for what's to come. The countdown echoes across the stadium, the seconds ticking down as his focus narrows on the case in his hands. 3, 2, 1, 𝐔𝐬. As the starting signal blares, the stadium erupts into chaos. Students surge forward in a scramble of limbs and quirks, but Izuku stays back, calm and focused. With a swift motion, he sets the suitcase down and activates it. The sleek black case whirs to life, unfolding and snapping into place piece by piece as his suit envelops him, starting at his hands, then quickly connecting to his chest and spreading over his body. Gasps ripple through the crowd as they watch the smooth transformation, armor snapping into place around him, sleek and almost seamless. A few spectators in the stands stare in awe, murmuring to one another as Izuku's suit finishes deploying. A flash of green energy bursts from his thrusters, and with a powerful kick, he launches himself into the air. In an instant, Izuku is above the fray, his suit carrying him high over the heads of his classmates, who are stuck trying to squeeze through a small tunnel doorway. He accelerates, gliding smoothly as he surveys the course below. Todoroki is already freezing the ground beneath him, trapping dozens of students in a sheet of ice as they slip and struggle to keep their footing. Meanwhile, Bakugo is blasting forward with explosive speed, his fierce determination and reckless propulsion launching him near the front of the pack. But Izuku has his own advantage. As he adjusts the thrusters, his suit propels him forward, each burst of energy propelling him faster as he gains on the others. With the crowd's eyes glued to him, Izuku surges ahead, effortlessly soaring over the initial obstacle that others struggle to overcome. He can feel the thrill of the moment, the excitement building as he quickly closes the distance to the leaders, ready to make his mark on the sports festival. The stadium roars with excitement, and as Izuku's suit powers on with a flash of green energy, he takes a moment to let the thrill of the moment settle. With a final, determined glance at the surging crowd, he blasts forward, soaring over the fray below. He watches as students jostle and push, each vying for a spot through the bottlenecked tunnel entrance, but he has no need to join the scramble. From the commentator's box, present MIC's voice booms over the arena speakers, his excitement palpable. And there it is. Midoriya from the support course just launched himself into the air. What a move. Talk about making an entrance, am I right, Eraser? Aizawa lets out a barely interested grunt. That's unconventional, for sure. He's technically allowed to use whatever he's built, but I doubt the teachers or his classmates expected him to pull off something like this. He's aiming to win, not just participate. It's a bold statement. Izuku can practically feel Aizawa's calculating gaze even from this distance, but he pushes it to the back of his mind as he adjusts his thrusters, rocketing forward with renewed focus. His attention shifts to the ground below, where Todoroki is freezing the tunnel floor, creating a slick sheet of ice that sends students slipping and sliding. Bakugo blasts past them, his palms sending him rocketing forward with violent bursts, his face twisted into a fierce scowl of determination. Look at that teamwork, or rather, the lack of it. Present MIC shouts, half amused. The Hero Corps students are pulling out all the stops to make it past this tunnel. But Midoriya, he's way ahead already. Is this support course kid trying to show up our future heroes? It seems he didn't come here to make friends. Aizawa replies through the microphone. Izuku's lips quirk into a small smirk as he listens to the commentary. He's aware of how he must look to the crowd, a support corps student, quirkless, daring to outmaneuver the best of UA's Hero Corps students. His suit thrums with power beneath him, and he can feel the weight of every curious, skeptical, or outright shocked gaze on him as he speeds forward. Soon, he reaches the zero-pointer obstacle zone, where towering robots stand guard, mechanical behemoths programmed to block and challenge the students. Izuku knows he could simply bypass them, but something compels him to give the crowd a bit of a show. After all, he wants them to see what he can really do. From above, he selects the closest zero-pointer and lowers himself into its line of sight. The robot sensors activate, and it turns with a heavy, grinding motion, its massive metallic hand swinging toward him. Izuku lets the giant hand come close, closer than he would have ever dared without the suit, before he pulls up just out of reach, twisting nimbly out of its grasp. The crowd gasps as he effortlessly evades the attack, weaving around the mechanical arm with the precision of a practiced aviator. Midoriya's putting on quite the show. Present MIC crows. Look at him go. That's some advanced maneuvering, almost like he's done this 100 times before. But as far as we know, this kid's quirkless, right, Eraser? Izuku hears Aizawa's voice crackle through the stadium speakers, low and thoughtful. Quirkless, yes. But that suit, it's not your average support gear. His control, his reaction time, they're refined, almost like he's been training with it for years. There's a pause, then Aizawa speaks again, sharper this time, more focused. This isn't some ordinary support project. The thrill of the challenge sharpens Izuku's focus as he blasts out of the tunnel ahead of the pack, the wind screaming past his helmet. For a moment, it's just him and the open field, until a flash of white catches his eye below. Todoroki. A trail of ice fans out across the rubble beneath, smooth and fast, carrying him effortlessly through the wreckage. Even from above, Izuku can tell he's gaining ground, calm and composed as ever. Not far behind, an explosion rips through the air. Bakugo rockets out of the tunnel with a wild snarl, smoke curling behind him as he charges ahead like he's got something to prove. Of course they'd be right behind him. Izuku adjusts his flight path, pushing the suit harder. No time to get complacent. Leaving the robots and the other students behind, he speeds toward the next challenge, the fall. The sheer drop stretches across the course, wide and intimidating, forcing the ground-bound students to grapple with how to get across. Some use ropes or quirks to bridge the gap, others hesitate at the edge, calculating if they even have the strength to attempt the leap. For Izuku, though, it's merely another patch of open air. Midoriya doesn't even have to think twice about this one. Present MIC announces, practically bouncing in his seat. He's clearing the abyss like it's a casual stroll in the park. But let's not forget, this is the same challenge that has our Hero Corps students working overtime. Aizawa's comments thoughtfully. If he can maintain this lead without mistakes, he might actually make it to the end first. The faintest note of intrigue colors his voice. But he'll need more than technology to navigate the final stages. Izuku barely hears them as he clears the abyss, his suit's thrusters flaring as he effortlessly soars across. Behind him, he can almost feel the tension on the other students' faces. He looks back, watching the struggle. The determination as each of them tries to make their own way across is clear to see, even from this high up. He knows how that feels. Feeling like you're at a disadvantage, but finding a way to overcome it anyway. The minefield sprawls out beneath him like a patchwork of chaos, cracked earth, jagged terrain, and glittering sensors just barely visible under thin layers of dust. It's the final stretch. The end is right there. Izuku hovers high above it all, engines humming steady as he surveys the field. They designed this course assuming no one could fly. That realization hits him like a spark to dry kindling. No quirks in the first-year roster scream aerial mobility. They never expected someone to just go over it. Which means they left a loophole wide open. He could blast straight to the finish line right now. Bypass the mines entirely. It would be within the rules. Legal. Efficient. Smart. But also hollow. They'd call it cheating. A shortcut. They wouldn't see the brilliance, they'd see a hack. Izuku activates his HUD, a familiar voice crackling to life in his earpiece. Tadashi, do a scan, just to be sure. Is there anything I could trigger by flying over the field? The AI responds with its usual smooth, confident tone. Right away, Chief. Scanning now. For a few seconds, there's a soft hum as the system analyzes the minefield below. Izuku hovers there, waiting. The seconds stretch on, but he trusts Tadashi, he's never failed him before. All clear, Chief, Tadashi reports. No aerial traps detected. You're good to go. Just don't do anything reckless up there. Izuku grins. Got it. With a push of his thrusters, he lifts higher into the air, gliding effortlessly above the maze of mines. His HUD lights up with the flashing red markers below, but there's no risk now. No stepping on traps, no uncertainty. He's flying over it all. As he glides past the final obstacle, he hears the crowd's murmur ripple through the stadium. It's not as loud as when he crossed the other hurdles, there's hesitation in the air. Present MIC's voice rings out, filled with enthusiasm. And look at that. Midoriya's just flying over the minefield. Who needs to walk when you can soar through the course? Aizawa's voice speaks up as war, dry and, is he amused? It's efficient. It's smart. And it's a clear demonstration of control. With a final burst from his thrusters, he rockets toward the finish line. His heart pounds with exhilaration, every eye in the stadium on him as he crosses the line, faster than anyone could have expected. The crowd falls silent. The mix of shock, confusion, and disbelief hangs in the air like a heavy fog. No one speaks. No one moves. It's as if they're all trying to process what just happened, a quirkless student from the support course. Beating the heroes. He can almost hear the thoughts of the audience, all trying to reconcile the fact that he's not the flashy, explosive type. He didn't do anything cool. Just a clean, efficient glide to the finish. But isn't that the point? He tries to shake off the doubt creeping in. Then, slowly, the first few hesitant claps begin. The sound is faint at first, unsure. A couple of people exchange glances, trying to figure out if it's okay to applaud. And then, like a wave rolling across the shore, the cheering begins, reluctantly at first, a little uncertain, but building in volume. Slowly at first, then gaining strength, until the entire stadium is roaring with applause. Izuku stands there, heart pounding, still hovering just above the ground, his mind reeling. Some cheer because they're impressed. Others cheer simply because they can't deny the truth anymore. He won. He beat them all. The realization sinks in, he, a quirkless support course student, has made it to the end faster than the hero course students. And that, somehow, has made him the hero of the moment. He grins, allowing himself to bask in this victory for a moment, before he focuses on the other students who are still racing. The other students are still making their way through the final obstacles, their struggles visible from where he stands. Todoroki is the first to cross, his expression unreadable as always, but Izuku can see the flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes. Bakugo follows immediately after. He's glaring at Izuku, but there's no verbal confrontation. Izuku can feel the weight of Bakugo's stare, but he doesn't back down. As Izuku stands there, the other students start arriving, finally making it across the finish line, one by one. It's Ida who is next to reach him, his usual intensity softened by a proud, approving grin. Midoriya! Ida calls out. Your performance was truly extraordinary. Taking to the air was a slide of genius. The rest of us were struggling just to get through the obstacles, but you looked as though you were gliding above it all with ease. 𝐒𝐿 rubs the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed by the praise. Thanks, Ida. I thought that staying above the crowd would be the safest bet. I didn't want to get tangled up in the chaos down there. He chuckles, trying to downplay it, but the grin on his face gives him away. And, well, it's good to know all those hours of tinkering paid off. Ida adjusts his glasses, nodding thoughtfully. You've certainly set a high bar, Midoriya. I must admit, I hadn't anticipated that you'd go quite this far with your support course gear. Truly, a testament to your ingenuity. Thanks, Ida, 𝐒𝐿 says earnestly, his eyes brightening. I want to prove that I could keep up, even without a quirk, maybe even show people what someone like me is capable of. Before Ida can respond, Mai bounds over, her eyes practically sparkling as she stops in front of 𝐒𝐿. Midori! Mai exclaims, her voice practically bubbling with excitement as she spots 𝐒𝐿. She gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up. That was amazing. I knew that suit had potential, but seeing it in action. Pure genius. The way you took off with those thrusters and avoided the crowd, chef's kiss. You really know how to push your support tech to the limit. 𝐒𝐿 laughs, a little flustered by her praise but used to it by now. Thanks, Mai. I mean, I've been working on the suit for months, so it's good to see it finally pay off. Mai grins widely and steps closer, practically inspecting every inch of the suit, as if she's already seen it 100 times before in class and lab but is still fascinated by it. Oh, we need to work on some project together. That would be so much fun. Or, we could brainstorm together for some improvements on your suit. 𝐒𝐿 rubs the back of his neck, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Thanks, Mai. I'll definitely keep your offer in mind if I need upgrades I can't handle myself. Oh, you better. Mai says with a wink, clearly not worried in the slightest that he might take a while to call on her. You'll have to if you want to keep up with all the crazy ideas I've got brewing for that suit of yours. Ida clears his throat, looking at the clock on the stadium wall, a bit more formal than the others. While your enthusiasm is appreciated, Hatsune, I believe Midoriya needs to focus on the next round. After all, this is the US Sports Festival, not a support expo. Mai just grins and waves him off with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. All right. But don't forget, Midori, when you're ready to make that suit unstoppable, I'll be here, waiting to help. With a final, confident wink, she skips off, already deep in thought about the next iteration of 𝐒𝐿's tech. 𝐒𝐿 can't help but chuckle as he watches her go. Her boundless enthusiasm reminds him a bit of himself when he first started studying hero analysis and combat tactics. She may be intense, but she's certainly inspiring in her own way. Ida turns to him again, a knowing smile on his face. I must say, I look forward to seeing what strategies you'll employ next, Midoriya. Thanks, buddy. 𝐒𝐿 replies. As the chaotic energy from the last round dies down, the students gather around midnight once more, awaiting her announcement for the next event. 𝐒𝐿's heart is still pounding, but he takes deep breaths to steady himself, assessing the remaining competitors and trying to anticipate the upcoming challenge. Midnight steps forward, her voice echoing throughout the arena. Congratulations on making it through the first round, everyone. But don't get too comfortable just yet, because now it's time for the cavalry battle. The crowd roars, and 𝐒𝐿's eyes widen slightly as he hears the rules for the cavalry battle. Each team will be competing for headbands, each one representing the points they earned in the previous round. With his first place finish, 𝐒𝐿's team will be worth a daunting 10 million points. 10 million points! Everyone's going to target him. He swallows, realizing the gravity of it. If he's not careful, he could lose it all in an instant.